management of this country. And I'm sure the audience today will be really, it'll take away a lot from what you have to say. So inspired by the Prime Minister's vision, the New Indian Express Group is very happy to present the first tourism summit that it has ever done, and we are happy to have done it on its home ground in Chennai. And it's a national platform dedicated to showcasing India's evolving tourism landscape. Today, you'll hear from key stakeholders from state and central governments who will share their insights on what the future is of India. They will also share a lot of the challenges that we face, and I hope we'll learn from them as well. So, welcome to Coming Home to India. We have among us, as I said, cultural bureaucrats, state tourism ministers, other representatives, tour operator aggregators, some legendary hoteliers like Steve Borgia, travel writers, and cultural historians. So we wanted to broaden the idea of tourism as well, to make it more about travel and cultural history rather than just a question of numbers, going from one monument to another, or one place, one temple to another. So we wanted to make it a much broader idea. So we hope to let you in on the secret treasures and pleasures of India. So let's begin with the lamplighting ceremony. May I invite the Deputy Tourism, Mr. Suman Billa, a Kerala cadre officer, but who's actually from Andhra Pradesh, right? So, but I think speaks fluent Malayalam by now, I think. The Delhi Tourism Minister, Kapil Mishra, the New Indian Express Editorial Director, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, and the New Indian Express CEO, Lakshmi Menon, to come to the stage to light the ceremonial lamp. May we have you on stage, please? Wonderful. Thank you so much. May I request you, Lakshmi, to stay back and to deliver the welcome address. By the way, I'm your host today, Kaveri Bamza. You'll see me all throughout the day, and please bear with my broken voice. I have a very bad throat, but I'm here nonetheless. Lakshmi.
Distinguished dignitaries, Shri Suman Billa, Director General of Tourism, Government of India, Shri Kapil Mishra, Minister of Tourism, Government of Delhi, senior officials from the state and central government, policy makers, industry leaders, tourism professionals, and students, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and a heartfelt gratitude to all of you for coming this morning. It is indeed a privilege of the New Indian Express Group to host the first Tourism Summit 2026 here at Chennai. We're truly honored by your presence and grateful that you have joined us for this important national conversation on the future of Indian tourism. Tourism in India is not merely about travel, it's about identity, livelihoods, culture, and connection. On March 7th, 2024, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Modi, launched Dekho Apna Desh campaign, inviting citizens to rediscover and celebrate India's finest destinations. The campaign reaffirmed a powerful truth. that India's greatest stories, landscapes, and experiences are right here at home. The numbers speak volumes. In 2024, while nearly 3.89 crore Indians traveled abroad, India recorded an extraordinary 2.94 billion domestic tourist visits. This is not just a statistic. It is a signal of immense opportunity. A thriving domestic tourism ecosystem is central to realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047, driving inclusive growth, strengthening local economies, preserving heritage, and creating sustainable livelihoods across regions. It is in this context that the Tourism Summit 2026 has been conceived as a national platform to reflect, reimagine, and redefine India's tourism journey. Over the course of today, we will explore emerging travel trends, policy perspectives, infrastructure development, sustainability, and storytelling, each of which plays a critical role in shaping how India is experienced by Indians themselves. It reminds us also that every village, coastline, forest, monument, and festival carries a story worth telling and a future worth investing in. We're delighted to have with us an eminent gathering of thought leaders and decision makers who are shaping the future of Indian tourism. Your insights, experiences, and collaborations will help chart a path towards a more resilient, inclusive, and globally admired tourism ecosystem. Once again, on behalf of the New Indian Express Group, I extend a warm welcome to all our guests and speakers. We look forward to a day of meaningful dialogue, shared learning, and collective vision building. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi. May I now invite Mr. Suman Billa. As I said, he's a Kerala CADA IAS officer, and he's been Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism for a long time, before he went to the UNWTO. So he's one of India's most seasoned tourism administrators, and I think it'll be very educative to listen to him speaking to us about both the opportunities and the challenges of exploring India's diversity. And then we'll do a quick Q&A. So Mr. Billa, may we have you on stage, please, to deliver your address. Thank you. He is, by the way, now Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, and on the path to right to the top. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Kapil Mishra, who's also a seasoned tourism administrator now, because I recall him being the Minister of Tourism for Delhi a few years ago, and he continues in that role now. Mr. Prabhu Chawla, it's good to be amongst friends. Steve, Madam Lakshmi. So let me try and map where India stands, what the context for tourism in India is, and then I will try and sort of list what are the things that we need to do for us to make tourism deliver for the country as a sector. And I think one of the challenges that we have when we have a summit like this is to try and define the idea of India itself. And when we do that, we will find that it is a big challenge to structure the idea of India into something that is simple, cogent, and easy to communicate. India is essentially a civilizational construct. It is not a geographical construct. We cannot say that India has high Himalayas on the north and it has the oceans to the south, and whatever is in between is the land of Bharat. It is, and it is true that it is a geographical construct, but it is also a great civilizational construct in the sense that it has many layers and layers and layers of evolution, where it has not replaced what went before it, but it has accumulated and it has built upon all the influences that India has had over several centuries. And one way to look at it is that India is looked at by several people around the world as the keeper of spiritual wisdom in this world. On the other hand, India is also perceived as an IT superpower which does cutting-edge technology. Both of these dimensions are equally true. Similarly, people also, when they look at India, they think that India has Ayurveda, which is the science of healing and wellness, which is rooted in holistic traditions. But India is also the country which has created cutting-edge COVID vaccine to save large parts of the world when the challenge was upon us. So the contrast that India has is astonishing. We have we have the traditional living with the modern, and we show our prowess on all of those sides. And therefore, it is very difficult to pin down that idea of India to any one singular facet like it would be possible for a smaller country. The other idea that we need to also understand about India is its diversity. What is common between a fisherman in the southern coast of Tamil Nadu with somebody who is leading a pastoral life, say in Ladakh with Bactrian camels? There is very little. And therefore the diversity is so different that one would think that it is different, that we are different. But if you look at how the country is, there is a civilizational thread that runs through all of them. There is a civilizational thread that connects the fishermen on the southern coast of Tamil Nadu up until the person who leads a pastoral life in Ladakh. And that thread is the idea of India. And the weft and the weave of this great nation brings us all together. We are all different colored threads, but we all come together to create this idea, this tapestry, which is very rich, which is very attractive. And I think that is really the strength of what we have. And therefore, I think the big idea about India is that we have diversity. They are not differences. There is unity and diversity, and that is something that we have all studied. And I think nothing could be truer than that. And therefore, I think the civilizational aspect is something that we need to keep in mind when we project India, which also poses a very big challenge for us. When you speak about positioning a destination, a country, as a tourism destination, how would you position a country like India? Because for a long time I used to be at Kerala Tourism, where I was director and I was secretary, and the job was fairly straightforward because we had only 4 products: beaches, backwaters, hill stations, and Ayurveda. Wherever you go, you work on these 4 products, and then you sort of keep reworking those things and how to make them modern, how to make them more appealing, how to relate to the newer market. The challenge is fairly straightforward. The challenge is understood. But when it comes to India, and when I went as Joint Secretary to the Ministry of Tourism, and then we said, let me follow the Kerala model, and then I said, let's list out the products that we have for us to pitch India and try to bring that cogency. We spent many months, but without much success, because the diversity is so astonishing. It's very, very difficult to sell the forts and palaces of Rajasthan next to the backwater experience in Kerala, because people, when they, all of us as Indians, we have the privilege of having lived in this country, and we understand how this country is. But for several people who only plan to come as visitors, their understanding is not as granular as ours is. And then a person comes, he spends a week in Kerala, and then he goes back and he thinks that India is Kerala. And similarly, India is Goa, or India is Rajasthan. But India is so diverse, and I think it offers so much that one lifetime is not enough to explore India and to understand what India is. A lot of people think that because I have spent several years in tourism, close to 15 years, I would have seen large parts of the country. Actually, I have seen very little. And I cannot myself say that. Just now Steve mentioned a place to me, and I said, where is that? And he was very surprised, and he said that you didn't know, you've not been here yet. So that is the challenge that India has, and that is the challenge that we have as Indians on projecting and promoting India onto the world stage. But the idea is not for me to speak about what India offers as a product, because there are several states who are here today, and they will position themselves and showcase themselves, and they will also explain to us as to what their states offer to us. So I think let me not cover that, but let me try and contextualize as to where we are with India and with tourism in India, and how do we make sense of where we are and how do we make tourism into a sector that works hard for the country and delivers for the country on its economic promise and development. So one of the good places to start with is to look at where we are, where we have come today. One of the biggest things that we all of us in this room are aware is that India has been the fastest growing large economy in the world for over 10 years now. What this means is that it has put money into the pockets of people, and it has also raised the level of aspirations of our people who are traveling. And therefore, I think tourism has become second nature to Indians today. And the level of growth is astonishing. And one of the ways to look at it is to look at the way our infrastructure has moved in the past, over the past decade, and or probably a little over that. Today, we have about close to 150 airports. In 2014, that used to be about 75. Now we have doubled the number of airports. There are still 20 or 30 more which are on the anvil, which are likely to come, which is astonishing. Our airlift capacity is going up tremendously. From a national fleet size of about 850 aircrafts, orders have been placed for 1,500 new aircrafts, which will be delivered by 2030 if all goes well with Boeing and everything else that's going on around the world, which means that our airline carrying capacity is going to go up by 200%. Over the past decade, the growth of our national highways has been tremendous. Today we have world-class roads which crisscross the country, which are able to move goods and people very quickly with minimum of effort. Our railways have also undergone significant amount of improvement. Vande Bharat trains are great game changers, especially for tourism. They are a fast, convenient, easy way for people to travel from one place to the other. Our airports are amongst the best in the world. The aircraft quality is better because most of the planes that we are getting now are new and cutting edge, and not only do they save fuel, but they also offer a better experience. So I think India has all of the building blocks that is necessary for tourism to take off. But yet, the paradox is that with all of this, India's tourism sector's contribution to the GDP today stands at 5.22%. The good news is that it has grown. It used to be 5.09% in 22-23. So tourism as a sector in absolute terms has grown in relation to other sectors in the economy, which is the good news. But I think the bad news, and I think probably what we need to understand, is that the tourism sector's contribution to the global GDP is close to 10%. So we are roughly about half of where we should be. And I think that is the challenge that we have, and which is why the Honorable Prime Minister has flagged it a few months ago when he said that in the next 10 years, we need to work to double the contribution of the tourism sector to the GDP from 5% to 10%. And I think if we have that in mind, then several things become clear to us on what is the scale and what is it that we need to do to make that change happen. Why is tourism so important for this country? One is, of course, the contribution that it gives to the GDP. That is obvious. The second and the most important reason why tourism matters for this country is its employment generation ability. Today, in the statistics that have just been released by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, tourism sector's contribution to the job creation in this country as a part of employment is 13.34%, which is again up from 12.57%, which was the number pertaining to 22 and 23. So if more than 30% of your employment is coming from this sector, and if your GDP's contribution is only 5%, it is straightforward understanding for us that there lies significant amount of headroom for us to capture. And in doing so, if we are able to double our contribution to the economy, which means that we will not only bring in more money into tourism, from tourism into the economy, but we will also be able to ramp up on our employment generation for our population, which to my mind is the number one problem that our country faces today. How do we ensure that all of these people get jobs which are meaningful? And I think there is no sector other than tourism which can create jobs at scale and which can create at all levels. It can be managerial level from the general manager of a hotel, and it can be to the level of a gardener who is, barely trained, or it can be the security guards, etc. So the entire spectrum gets covered in the tourism sector. Now, if we look at few more numbers to understand where we are, as I have said, we've been growing, aspirations have been growing, there is more money with the people. So if you look at our domestic tourism visits, which is the key statistic on how India moves, that number is exploding. So the year that has gone past, that number now stands at 4.1 billion domestic tourism visits. And this is a number that nobody in the world finds it, can wrap their head around, because the number is so large. And this number is growing exponentially. Just a year ago, this number was 2.9 billion, which means that in the course of 1 year, our domestic tourism visits have gone up by almost 40%. This holds great promise for us, but it also holds a great threat. And the reason why I say we need to understand where the threat is coming from is to look at the other two pillars of what we need to understand. The first is you have the international tourism visits, which stand at 20 million. And if you take out the Indian passport holders from that, it stands around 9.5 million or so, which is roughly about half of it. We receive 20 million international tourists, and the amount of money they contribute is about 2.73. The last 2,73,000 crores of rupees is the amount that India has earned as foreign exchange, which is significant in the sense it's about $31.33 billion is what the tourism sector brings into the country by way of foreign exchange. But however, when we juxtapose it with outbound, that is Indians who are traveling abroad, that is where I think we need to understand that there is a cause for worry. Because today you have 32 million Indians who are traveling abroad, and several of them are traveling for purposes of leisure. And the amount of money that they are spending abroad is estimated to be about $35.20 billion. So what does it mean? It means that today tourism is becoming a net loser of exchange, because what we earn is not offsetting the amount of money that Indians are spending abroad. And from all that we see today, the outbound number is growing faster than the inbound number. Because as I said, that if we are going to be adding 1,500 more aircrafts to our fleet, they're going to be traveling somewhere around the world. The advantage is they have the ability to bring people in, but we must also realize they also have the ability to take people out. And India needs to create jobs for its people in this country so that we make tourism work for us. And if we fail in that, then the results for the national economy could be suboptimal. And I think that is the idea, central idea, that we need to understand, and we need to work on how to balance that. The other figure I think needs to understand is to look at capacity, because the building block for the tourism sector is hotel rooms. If you don't have hotel rooms, there are no experiences, there is nothing else. And if you map it to demand, I'm not mapping it to the entire 4.2 billion Indians who are, domestic tourists who are traveling around, I'm only refining that and passing through the lens of those who are traveling and staying in hotels or guest houses, and those who are traveling for the purposes of business, leisure, or shopping. And even if I take that number stands at a staggering 500 million. So people think that, from 4 billion, we're dropping the number to 500 million. But we need to understand that 500 million, there are only 45 countries in the world who have a population higher than 500 million in the world. So even if we map it to that sort of a demand, and we look at where we stand at supply, Today we have 1,90,000. The estimate is that we have 1,90,000 branded hotel rooms in the country. And we have 1.6 million, or about 16 lakh, unbranded hotel rooms in the country. And the ask, even as we look at the demand now, is that we need to have twice as many rooms. And if we have to map it to the growth that needs to happen as we go forward, we will realize that the growth needs to be much faster. It is not that growth is not happening. Growth is happening, and at a pace that is historically at its highest. If you speak to Puneet Chatwal of Taj Group, he tells you that he's opening one hotel every month, and he's been doing it for several months, for about a month or so, and he says that's how the pipeline looks for the next several months as well. Growth is happening, but the growth that is happening is not commensurate with the growth in demand that the country is witnessing. And therefore, I think we need to see as to how to bridge that demand and supply gap to us. And the reason why that is happening is because today investments are not going as much into the hospitality space as they ought to. And there are capital, structure issues, there are real estate issues, because all of us know that all around India, our real estate prices have gone through the roof. And if you have to pick up a piece of land at that value and you build a hotel, and as an investor, if you have the option of developing, say, a residential project or a commercial project or an office or a retail, whatever it is that you do, the returns that a hospitality industry will give are likely to be more long-term. And which is why I think one is we need to look at our land allocation policy more carefully and see as to how we can open up land for hotels. And Minister Kapil Mishra is here. In Delhi, we have this classic example of, we have the Yashobhumi Convention Center, which is spectacular. We also need to have room capacity around that, and we need to develop those. Because I remember about a year and a half ago, we had the World Urologist Conference, which happened there, which had 13,000 delegates. And people had, and the people who came to the conference, they went right up to Manesar to stay, and, they were staying there and commuting, which is not the right sort of, commuting distance or most convenient. So we need to create these hospitality districts in our high footfall areas and see as to how to bring that happen. The second issue is that today the capital structure is also a little bit loaded against the hospitality industry, because if I want to build a hotel, and Steve will probably tell you, and if I go to a bank, chances are that I will need to take a loan under the real estate segment. When I take it under real estate segment, not only is my interest rate high by 2 or 3 percentage points, but my repayment, the tenor for repayment, becomes 8 to 10 years. And the challenge with that is everybody who's built a hotel understands that whatever it is that you do in this space, it is impossible for you to repay the loan in 8 to 10 years, and it will take you a minimum of 15 years. And which is why we have been continuously taking up with the Ministry of Finance and within the government lobbying for according infrastructure status for the hospitality industry. Today it exists, but it is qualified in the sense only cities which have a population of less than 1 million, and if you build a hotel which is 3-star and above, you qualify for infrastructure status. But there are not many banks which have actually converted that. That is a conversation that we are having separately on that. And one of the landmark things that the Honorable Prime Minister has declared, and which has come in last year's budget, is that he has instituting our resources and trying to develop everything everywhere. Let us focus on destinations and develop them to global standards. So essentially it means that every state will pick up one destination, maybe some which do well will have 2, and then you develop these 50 destinations, make them world class, and these places will automatically qualify under the infrastructure status for lending purposes, which means that you will also be able to crowd in private investment into these destinations. So together, and each of them takes about 60 days. It's a little bit, it's not linear, several of them go, simultaneously, but the fact remains that the permissions are still cumbersome, and a lot of developers will tell you that from the date they decide to build a hotel,
till the time they actually put the first brick on the ground, it takes at least 2 to 3 years to get all the clearances, licenses, etc. put into place to move this. Now it's a big loss of opportunity cost for if I have taken a decision and if I have to mobilize capital, I have already locked down on the land, I have made that down payment, and for 3 years I am waiting for, to start the project, which means another 3 years for completion. It is not the most, economically feasible way for us to do. And which is why I think one of the things that we have to do is to get this ease of doing business going. We are actively working with several state governments, and some of them, like Madhya Pradesh, has now brought the number of licenses to 14 or 15, and they have also put a time frame on what that is to be done, and I think this is something that most of the states will come and do this. The third element, I think, and states are very vital to it, is that the states have to come to the party and they have to make it happen. And the reason is that there are states in this country where the economy is taking off, but the size of the hospitality sector is still small. For example, Orissa. Everybody understands that Orissa's economy has been rocking because of mining and several other things that are going for it. But if you look at the size of the hospitality industry, it's very small. And hospitality industry is an enabler. So there is no doubt that there will be significant growth which will happen for expansion in that space. But the challenge is going to be that how do you take the investor past the tipping point, and which is why I think states need to put some investment, some incentives and subsidies on the table, make it easy for them to acquire land so that they take that risk and get into investing. And it is not that you have to do it for the entire duration. My sense is even if you do it for a good 5 years and then get the needle moving, after that it will have a momentum of its own and it will pick up. So these are, I think, some things that we need to do. The other idea, and again something that the Honorable had mentioned, is that we have to look at our destinations. Because today, India has several destinations, but the number one problem that we have at our destination is carrying capacity management. Today we have many more people than the destination can hold in a reasonable manner. If this room can hold 300 people and I put 600 people into this room, the experience is going to become poor for everybody. And which is why I think we need to start looking at our tourist destinations from a carrying capacity first principle. Because if we do not do that, the Indian consumer and the international consumer obviously is always looking at what is the experience that he gets in a destination abroad with the experience that he gets here. Most of our hill stations, all of us have faced when during the summer they become so crowded it's impossible to even reach the hill station in a reasonable amount of time. And that is true of most of what we are doing, and which is why I think that what we need to do is to also diversify the base of destinations that we have. Because it is not that we just have to keep pushing the same ones that we have, Nainital and Manali and Mussoorie. I think we need to also start looking at destinations which have the potential and start building the capacity there. And which is why I think this 50 global destinations that we want to build makes eminent sense, because this is the time for us to diversify, and we need to put those rails, growth rails, for pathways for us to grow in the tourism sector and for also for expansion of our hotels. And the biggest challenge that we face at the destinations is that we do not have a governance level which takes care of the destination. All across the world, there is something straightforward, simple called a destination management organization. I have lived in Spain for some time, where when I served with the UN Tourism, every tourism destination has a destination management organization which is chaired by the mayor. It has the police, it has the municipality, and it has the industry players from the hospitality industry who sit there. And these are the people who are putting on that cap 24/7, 365 days a year to see as to how to make their destination more competitive. If it's holiday season and they expect more people to come into the destination, what is it that they will do to ensure that the number of people who come is sort of leveled off? During the off season, they figure out, do we do events, what do we do to ensure that we get more people during the off season to do this? But most importantly, their job is to balance the relationship between the tourist and the local community to ensure that the expectation of the tourist from a tourism destination, the integrity of that is upheld, but that is done without violating the lifestyle and the enjoyment of the local community who are the hosts at that destination. So one of the things again that we are now building with the states is to build these destination management organizations to scale so that we have professional bodies at each of these tourist destinations which will take that mantle of managing these destinations well, because today we have governance at the national level, we have governance at the state level, and there is very little governance or none at the actual destination level as we see today. The other, I think, shift that India needs to make is that we have to rethink our whole tourism offering. Today, India is essentially a sightseeing destination. And what is the understanding of all of us as tourists when, as we were growing? Is that you go to some place, you go to Delhi, you stay in a nice hotel, and then you go to the Red Fort and you see this, then you go to, Jantar Mantar and whatever it is, Qutub Minar, etc. So that is the sightseeing approach. Today, the demography has changed tremendously for tourists. Today, they are more into experiences. So we need to also adapt our product offering from sightseeing to experiences. Because today we live in the world of social media, we have a lot of youngsters who want to be seen doing things. They want bragging rights out of that. It can be soft adventure, it can be, a culinary tour, it can be, a walking tour, a heritage tour, but these are all activities that you need to do to keep their engagement up. And all of us also realize that it is important for us to have these activities thrown in, for us to, to sort of really enjoy or get an authentic feel of the destination that we are visiting. And it also has a very, very salutary effect, because when we speak about tourism, and which is my next point, is that we always speak about jobs. And I think we need to shift this paradigm from jobs to livelihoods. And by jobs, it is not necessary that people are only employed in the hotels, in tour operation business, etc. We need to open up avenues for livelihoods and integrate that into the tourism sector. And one, probably the best example in the world, is the way that Kerala tourism has developed Kumaragam as a tourism destination using the principles of responsible tourism. At a time when farming in Kumaragam was almost over, that was propitiously the time when tourism came into that place. And through responsible tourism, today you have more than 1,000 families who are undertaking agriculture, which is organic and which is grown to meet the demand of the hotels. So there is no risk for the farmer, because he gets to know that in such and such a week, these are the vegetables that he needs, this is the produce that is required by the hotels. And for the hotels, it is fantastic, because they get 0 food miles, organic, farm fresh food, which is served on the table, which is plucked in the morning and served to you by the afternoon or the evening. And therefore, I think it creates a great win-win. And Kumaragam has made layers and layers of it, because there is one set of women who do these handicrafts and local handicrafts. There is one which do the stationery for, which is used by the hotels. And there is something called the village life experience, where people are going about doing their own things, but tourists go from place to place to get an experience of it. It's like a day tour. So they go to a fisherman who uses bow and arrow to, catch the fish. So everybody tries their hand at it. Then they walk with the toddy tapper who goes up the tree and, brings down some toddy, explains to them in his broken English what it is all about, and offers everybody a little glass of, sort of toddy. So these are the kind of experiences which are truly cherished because they're authentic. It gives you an opportunity for somebody who has come from a different plane to experience the soul and heart of, the destination that you go to. And therefore, I think wherever we do tourism, and especially for a country like India, we need to see as to how we can open this opportunity for creating livelihoods. And when we open up for our destinations to experiences, we are going to be creating these livelihoods. And we must never forget that this biggest resilience for the tourism sector comes from having local stakeholders whose interest is firmly embedded in the initiative that we have there. My next point is on technology adoption, and I think it's very important that we adopt to technology. If you look at the problem statement for India, as I have said, you have great airports, you have great aircrafts, you've got great hotels, but the connecting thread, if I'm a tourist, today my travel through India is not seamless, is not effortless. If you compare it like say traveling say in the UK, it's fairly straightforward for you to, it can be seamless for you to travel from place to place, to be able to booking, checking, etc. But in India, it is still, that experience is broken. And I think that is something that we need to do. And I think technology has a very big role to play. And India is a, IT powerhouse, and our digital public infrastructure is amongst the best in the world. So I think it is important for us to leverage upon that, the India digital stack, and to build a India tourism stack. And that can rest essentially on 4 pillars. And just to simplify, these 4 pillars are DigiLocker, DigiYatra, UPI, and ONDC. How does DigiLocker work? If I am a foreign traveler and if I have come on e-visa, you already have all my credentials with you, and you also have my biometrics with you. All that I need to do is to tokenize that and convert it into a QR code which sits on the DigiLocker. So when I go to, say I come to the Grand Chola to check in, I don't have to give them my passport for handling, but I just need to show them my tokenized code, and then, I am checked in. And that code can actually be my calling card, whether I'm going to a monument, whether I'm, booking a train ticket or a flight ticket. Those credentials can carry, and it can be made seamless, secure for somebody to travel. And if I'm a domestic traveler, all that I need is my Aadhaar credentials should be ported in that way, and it is straightforward. The second pillar that we have done is very well is the DigiYatra, where all of us, when we go to the airport, all you need to do is to scan the QR code on your ticket, and then it checks your face and it lets you go. And I think this is something that has tremendous potential for us, especially at tourist sites. Suppose if there is the Taj Mahal and if there is Qutub Minar, wherever you go, if you tell the tourist that your entry slot is at 11 o'clock, I don't need him to come and stand in the queue to buy a ticket or to enter. All that I need to do is to enable this facial recognition software. He goes, flags it, and then he goes in and he goes out. We will be able to avoid crowding at tourist destinations. And I think one way to understand the impact of it is that the China Rail used to have an army of ticket collectors and traveling ticket examiners, much like India. And because they have enabled this facial recognition software, when you board a train in China, you need to show your ticket credential and you need to, validate your face, and then you're allowed into the compartment. And only those which fail are the ones, there only needs to be one man to take care of those who are not able to, where the transaction is not going through. And they've been able to retire an army of these ticket examiners and collectors with technology. And I think more importantly for us, the potential is going to come from efficiencies, because we will be able to reduce crowding, we will be able to manage our destinations better and scientifically. The third part is for the UPI, and all of us know that UPI is a great game changer, and those of us who travel around the country find it very convenient, especially for retail purchases. We find it very, very useful. Now, if I'm an international traveler, I cannot use the UPI, and that puts some amount of pressure on me, because I'm not able to, I always have this currency, conversion, trauma, because I'm thinking how much is enough? Is it $500? Is it $600? When I exit the country, will I be able to, convert it back? Will I lose some money? The second is, if I'm using my credit card, that is only accepted in large establishments. If I want to go to a vendor and have a cup of tea or a roadside coconut seller or something, that's not a place where your credit card works, which is why I think one big idea is for us to use the UPI framework and adapt it to foreign credit cards through a system of tokenization. So I put, say, convert $50, and then I go and make my UPI purchases, and when it falls short, I have the opportunity to load in more money, or it converts itself back. So it is basically something that we've been working with the RBI for some time, and I think at this point of time we have now come to not the final solution, but I think we've got to a good solution where they say that if a foreign tourist comes to India today At the airport, he will have to register once physically at the booth, but after that, his UPI will be opened and it can be volatilized using his Master Visa card, credit cards as he has. And if that happens, and if we are able to streamline that further, what it does is that for a foreign tourist, spending becomes easy. For a foreign tourist, going to small vendors will no longer be a challenge, and that opens opportunities for a whole lot of artisans, for a whole lot of restaurants, etc., who are outside of the formal economy. And I think that is, and one of the big things that it also gives us is that we are able to track the expenditure of the tourist as he travels around, which means that we may also be able to give GST refunds at some point of time, should we think that is necessary. Niche areas is again something that we need to focus on. All of us know that MICE has become a very big sector for us. 10 years ago, we did not have the infrastructure to host large MICE conferences. But today, it's an entirely different story. We have world-class convention centers which have come, like the Bharat Mandapam, the Yashobhumi, you have the Geo World Center in Mumbai. So all across the country, we have excellent MICE infrastructure. And I think we need to see as to how, today they are under leveraged, we need to see as to how we need to make them leverage them better. And again, the principle will work in enabling local convention and MICE promotion bureaus who will bring together all the stakeholders, from the hotels to the convention center to the florist. How do we come together as a team and make a pitch to bring the best global events into the country? How can we be cost competitive? And how are we able to work together to make a compelling bid for events? I think this is something that needs to be done, and this is something that we have initiated work upon. So I think that is an area that we need to look at. The second area which holds tremendous potential for India is weddings. And not only do we have big Indian weddings which are happening here, but there are also a lot of Indian weddings that are going abroad. And I think it is important for us to also create this opportunity for ourselves, the capacity to host these large Indian weddings. And lastly, let me come back to the point of where I had said about how do you market and how do you promote India as a destination. And I think we need to understand that when we run a tourism campaign, it is not only an endeavor to sell hotel rooms. What we are trying, and in many ways what you do, is it is actually selling soft power. It is a projection of soft power which impacts the perception of people around the world for the country, for the state, etc. There was a study that I read a long time ago when Malaysia Truly Asia campaign was there. They ran a survey in several parts of the world on what they felt about Malaysia. So interestingly, majority of the participants didn't know anything about Malaysia. They didn't know sort of where it was geographically. They didn't know what was their political system. They didn't know what their economy was. But everybody felt that it was a very nice place to go to. And I think that is the perception that we do. And today in a hyper-competitive world, we are also pushing for investments. We are competing with the rest of the world on several areas. And how do we make sure that if we have to stand out, it is not just by selling your state or your country from a tourism perspective, but it is about sort of creating that feeling of positivity towards our country and our state. And we did the Incredible India version 2 campaign in 2017 when I was Joint Secretary, and if you look at the numbers when we ran the campaign for the next 2 years, until COVID came and put a drop to it, the numbers had risen dramatically. But what worked then will not work today, because the world has changed, the narrative has moved on. You can no longer do a linear campaign in which you say that these are my 5 films and I'm going to use advertising money to pump it in, these different markets, etc. That is not going to work. Today we live in a world of social media where there are several voices who are already talking several things about India, and most of them are good things. The challenge for us is how do we harness those voices? How do we make that work for us? And how do we amplify those voices to work along us? And this is not easy. It is fairly complicated because we need to work with several algorithms, we need to work with several service providers, we need to see as to how the revenues are shared. So that is a complicated thing. The second idea is that we need to bring convergence. The idea is not just for India to go and Incredible India goes and does its campaign, then 3 months later Delhi Tourism or Kerala Tourism goes and does its campaign, and then the industry goes and does its own campaign. The idea is how do we bring that convergence so that when Incredible India goes and creates that level of interest, can Delhi go and actually, push its wares in the market to say that I'm a great convention destination, I compete with the best in the world, how do I get you here? And then the industry should also go and, sort of build on converting that interest that has already been raised. So I think today we live in everything is about partnerships, it's about strategic collaborations, and I think that is really the idea that we should look at. And strategic collaboration should not only be with the usual suspects of hotels, tourism boards, etc. We need to work with several other brands which also speak the India story, especially from the projection of soft power. For example, it can be Royal Enfield is now emerging the world over as an iconic motorcycling brand. How do we look at India on the road with Royal Enfield? How do we get, say, solo women travelers or a group of women to travel on Royal Enfield around the country, and how do we make that, project it as a way of expressing our soft power? Or Fab India, or our textile prowess that we have. The idea is to look at all of these unusual things and how do we build these partnerships to bring value to mutual benefit. And I think that is really the challenge that we have in front of you. So to sum up, I think where we stand today is probably really the inflection point, because what worked yesterday is probably not going to work tomorrow, and which is why I think we need to start looking at this whole tourism piece in new light. We need to be conscious of the fact that we need to make tourism work for this country, and if we have to make it work for the country, there are several things that we need to work, because we also need to understand that the door is not open forever. You cannot open your eyes 5 years later, 7 years later, and then say that I'm going to now start the process. And I think the opportunity is now. And there is something that the Ministry of Tourism can do, but as all of you understand, the game for tourism, there is some part of it with the states, but it is essentially a private sector-led initiative. And I think the biggest thing that the government can do is to create conditions to enable the private sector to come and perform. And I think if we do that, we will probably be in a very good space, and I'm sure that India will fulfill and deliver on the promise and the potential that it has. Today we have unlimited potential, but our performance has been underwhelming, and I'm sure that we will bring that, we will level that soon, and I'm sure that and I think that the next 5 years will be crucial, and I look forward to working with all of the states and all of the industry players who are here. I would also like to thank the New Indian Express for organizing this event and for getting us all around the table today. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, I think we have time for just a few questions, just a couple of questions. We'll take them there. I think you've answered quite a few of the questions that I had, but there were a couple of things that I wanted to ask you. You talked about assessing the number of cultural products that India has. Did you ever come up with a conclusion?
Yes and no, because we listed several of them, and I think at that point of time we came to 300 odd, and then we just gave up because it didn't make any more sense to lengthen the list because it would not make for suitable communication. But one of the things that we are working with the states is to inventorize the cultural experiences that there are, so that we have all of them recorded and structured in one place, and then we can, depending upon the strategy and how we need to do that. So so that is work under progress, but I'm fairly certain that it's not something that's going to be get done in a hurry. Some states are doing a good job, but we need to inventorize it so that we know what we have.
When you were in Kerala, you started the spice route. You talked about the 4 Kerala properties, but this was something quite unusual. Would you like to talk a little about that?
Yeah. So I think the
Spice route was at a time when, when we sold these beaches, backwaters, hill stations and Ayurveda, it had sort of plateaued. So how do we put a booster rocket onto this and take it to the next level? And how do we create a stronger market for Kerala tourism? So the idea of the spice route is really that, there are 32 countries from all across the world who have come to the shores of Kerala and who have engaged actively on the spice trade. And the big difference between Kerala and probably in most parts of the world is that Kerala was welcoming of the visitors. They traded with them and they did not sort of, it was not a, destructive sort of an engagement. And which is why the idea was to, how do you position Kerala? So the idea was to really engage with these 32 countries and say, come to Kerala, and this is where you will find your own tradition and your own, history in this place, and to build and weave the narrative, because it creates a straight line of engagement with 32 countries around the world, and most of them from the European, which is there. The second idea was that the Silk Road was becoming very, very strong, so India needs to have, its own narrative, and our position in the global trade was no less, and therefore I think it was important for us to position it.
And the last question I'd like to ask you is, in your years now as DG Tourism, has there been any state that has really struck you for something that it's done which is really innovative?
There are several states actually.
Would you just like to talk a little about that?
I don't want to play favorites here, but I think
It's all right.
But I think there are several states which are doing exceptional job. Madhya Pradesh has done very, very well in the past 10 years, and several of their policies are very good. In fact, some of their heritage properties, they lease it out for 1 rupee, because the idea is to how do you get adaptive reuse of heritage instead of losing the asset. And I think it's a very proactive way of looking at it. And even if you look at the way that Madhya Pradesh has built its product offering, it is very strong. Gujarat has done very well, and they take a very commercial approach to it. If you look at the amount of budgets they are putting into it, and the budget of Gujarat tourism almost equals that of the Ministry of Tourism now. So they take that as an economic opportunity to do this. UP has been doing a lot of work, even though it's more at the pilgrimage level and more at the domestic level, but the intention and the aggression to do things is
But
there.
the Prasad scheme of the government has also been quite successful in that,
Yes,
right?
yes. So I think one of the big problem, the pain points that we have at all of our religious places is that the attraction is very strong, but the experience is poor. So the idea is to create visitor amenities, get some cleanliness, walkways, signage, etc., which is what we are doing through Prasad. And I think now we're almost about 70 odd projects. About 50 of them are complete. And there is a marked improvement. There is a delta from where it was to where it is now.
Right. And, something like the Northeast, where infrastructure is still so much of an issue. Getting to Arunachal can take you at least 3 days from Delhi, or Kashmir, which, as you know, has been traumatized by terror attacks. These specific states, these specific areas, is the government doing anything in particular for these, really, which are terrific tourism opportunities?
Right. So if you look at the highest growth by region in the country of hotel capacity in the past 5 years, it has been the Northeast.
Right.
Not in absolute numbers, but in percentage terms, it has been the Northeast. So that growth is happening. But I think we also need to approach the Northeast with a great deal of caution, because the most compelling attraction of the Northeast is that it is pristine. And I think we should not fall into the trap of opening it up to mass tourism. So I think even as we open infrastructure, and even as we start ideating on what the product should be, we should be cautious about what it is that we want to do and how much is it that we want to do. And I think one of the reasons that Kerala has probably done well commercially is that 30 years ago when they decided on Kerala tourism, they said we must only attract tourists who spend at least $100 a night in the destination. So if you have that sort of a clarity, then a lot of things fall into place. And my sense is that Northeast should also be sort of sold like that, because if you send the $20, $30 kind of people, they elbow out the high-paying tourists.
Kashmir?
Kashmir is
Pain point always.
Kashmir is actually, you know, it's a little bit tragic because if you just map the tourism growth, when there is peace, it does so exceptionally well. It gets so overcrowded, and up until Pahalgam, Kashmir has done so well because there is a Radisson hotel at Srinagar, and then the chairman of Radisson came and met me after Pahalgam, and then so he said that there's a lot of pain because of cancellations, etc. So I said that, how has it been so far, and give me an honest answer. So I said, honestly, when we built the hotel, we thought that our average rental realization will be 8,500 rupees. And they have averaged 26,000 since the day they opened the hotel till the time, you know, Pahalgam happened. And then it sort of drops. So it is something which is out of our control, but the sort of product is strong. And I think that, you know, it's a larger picture, and tourism is important. We will have to do what we have to do, but we don't have the solution to that.
Yeah. And the last question is about cultural tourism. And I think something like the status that was given to the Durga Puja by UNESCO as intangible heritage, that has also created a remarkable resurgence and in West Bengal of the Durga Puja tourist. Talk a little about how other states can emulate that.
I think we have some very good examples now.
Yeah.
You mentioned Durga Puja. There is the Kochi Binale, which happens
Yes, of course.
every 2 years. And it's actually, if you look at because several years ago when I was with Kerala Tourism, I got a study to be commissioned to validate that. And it said that we've spent a little less than 20 crores, but what came into the economy is more to the order of about 240 crores
Wow.
or so. So that is the sort of an impact that
Right.
it can generate. And not to mention soft power and,
Yeah.
you know, and all of these people like you write about it in the
Yeah.
press, so this also adds to the perception. So I think this event-based thing, and today we all know, and the Prime Minister has been speaking about, how do we get these large events to come and
Yeah.
perform? Not only do they make money on
Why
that
can't
day,
we have a
but-
Davos in
yeah,
India?
Yeah, so those are building blocks that we need to put in place. We have the right infrastructure today. But I think India's number one asset is cultural, because
Yeah.
why would anybody want to travel to India?
Yeah.
For the culture that, you know, it's sort of. So I think it is not just the built heritage that we need to focus on, but there's a whole lot of intangibles
Intangible, yeah.
that we need to focus on.
Right.
And, you know, Delhi, for example, has
Yeah,
exceptional, you know,
absolutely.
60% of the people who fly into India land in Delhi.
Yeah.
It has the most density of UNESCO World Heritage
Absolutely.
monuments. It has a great culinary tradition.
Yeah.
So all the building blocks are already there. We just need to figure out how to present it and make it sense.
So that's the perfect segue into the next session. Thank you so much. May I now request Mr. Chawla to come to the stage and give the memento? Thank you. Mr. Billa, can you please stay? Sorry. I think we could have a warmer round of applause. I thought we learned a lot today. I, for one, came away much better informed. It was really quite a master class in where Indian tourism is headed. Thank you so much, Mr. Billa. Thank you. So as Mr. Billa indicated, we'll talk about Delhi now. And we have Kapil Mishra, whose family also has been embedded in Delhi. Your mother, I think, was mayor of East Delhi. So I think no one knows Delhi better than you. And as Mr. Billa said, 60% of of the tourist, foreign tourist actually first lands in Delhi. How do you keep him or her there for longer than just the day that he spends or she spends to go to Jaipur or Agra? I think that's the big challenge. Mr. Mishra, may I now invite you to give a speech, and then we can do a few questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Vanakkam. I don't think there is much to say after hearing from Mr. Billa. I was listening like a student, and I think we need you, as you have told us what our strengths are, but definitely we are lacking at so many places, and let's work together to make Delhi a cultural and tourism capital also of India. Prabhuji is here. Thank you for inviting me. Lakshmi ji and all the distinguished guests, respected delegates, industry leaders, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address this gathering here today in Chennai. I came here not to talk about, I came here to listen to, because the fact is that Delhi has the potential, but Delhi tourism is almost absent. We are a transit city. Yes, 60% people are landing in Delhi, but I think only for 60 minutes. As soon as they land, they take a bus to Agra or to Jaipur or to Dehradun, Rishikesh. We have more than 1,200 protected monuments. But that's just a figure. I don't think it's a very attractive experience, even if you visit Qutub Minar or Red Fort. Landmark sightseeing is there, but no experience, as you rightly said, that we are missing the experience part. And today, tourist is not coming for the sightseeing. There were days in our childhood when parents took us to, sightseeing of Red Fort or Qutub Minar. It's not anymore like that. People with family traveling for experience. They will go to just one destination, stay there, but they will come back with memories. Unfortunately, in a city like Delhi or like many other places in India, we have not been able to create those experiences. So I am here to listen to all of you, to learn and to build upon it. Good thing is, Honorable Prime Minister has given a roadmap, has given a vision, and this new government in Delhi under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Rekha Gupta ji, we are now dedicatedly working towards implementing those visions. One example I can give you of the concert economy. Prime Minister Modi ji has given a vision of concert economy, and then we sat back together and we tried to create a roadmap how we can make Delhi a hub of concert economy. And then we found out that we have only two venues, Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium and Indira Gandhi Stadium, and those two venues are almost out of date. No new infrastructure, nothing new is there, and their booking price was, I think, highest in the country. So, for example, Narendra Modi Stadium in Gujarat, you can book that for around 23 lakh a day, and Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium with almost zero infrastructure in Delhi was available for 70 lakh a day. So we saw events going to Ahmedabad, and then 60% people from Delhi traveling to Ahmedabad attending the event. So we sat together with the central government, sports ministry, and also we invited all the industry leaders who are organizing big events in the country. And then we found a way out. They committed 3 years, set number of events they will bring to Delhi, and we decided that we slashed the booking rates of both the venues. And now we have 30 international big events happened in just 70 days in Delhi. So I think this is the way forward, to learn from each other, to implement the vision given by the Honorable Prime Minister, and to bring those grassroots, policy level, implementation level changes. For example, film policy. We have a film policy in Delhi. So if you shoot a film in Delhi, we will give you a certain amount of subsidy. But by the time I became the minister again, this policy was introduced when I was the minister 10 years back, for a short period of time. We introduced this film shooting policy in Delhi, and when I became the minister again, I asked, okay, how many producers, directors have actually utilized the policy? Only one in 10 years. Because most of them were either not aware, or it was so complicated to even get the permissions of like parking your vanity van, or hiring the crew, or shooting in the old Delhi Havelis. So there is no set rules. There are no guidelines. There is no one who is actually felicitating, helping. No one is doing that. Everything is just on paper. So if you have to shoot a movie in Delhi, there are individual mafia who will, either you go to them or you just cannot do it. You will end up going to somewhere in Lucknow or even in MP, and then you will shoot Delhi there. So those are the challenges in Delhi, but we are now bringing a tourism board where all the different agencies, DDA, NDMC, Municipal Corporation, Delhi City Government, everything, they will all come on board, and then we will have a tourism board where we will streamline all these processes. So a reform is definitely taking place in Delhi. We are focused on bringing all these reforms, change the policy framework, change the overall environment, and then all the building blocks are there already for converting Delhi from a transit city to a destination city. So that's what our roadmap ahead is. And also we are going to definitely compete in the branding with Kerala, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, that I am openly telling here. We are setting out a budget for that, and also we are bringing the best from the industry to create that kind of campaign for Delhi. And we have two challenges also. One is the women's safety aspect of the Delhi. The perception of the city is not very positive. Though facts are there, but it's almost in every global city. But the perception, the narrative, we have to actually handle that. And also the winter pollution, that is also a key barrier. So those two issues government is handling at different levels. And other than that, the branding part, Madhya Pradesh, the way Madhya Pradesh has done their branding, the Rajasthan has done their branding, Gujarat has done, it has all happened in the last 10-15 years, we have all seen it. It started from Kerala, and then all these 3-4 states have shown that what branding can do. Delhi is setting out a separate budget for that, and we will be launching a global branding campaign for the city. So yeah, I am here to invite all of you to be the guide, to be the friend, the partner in this journey. We are definitely going to change the way Delhi is seen as a tourism destination. And this is the time to join hands, because even as the industry leaders, even as investors, even as the policy people who are working on the tourism policy, traveling policy, this is the time to join hands and partner with the Delhi government. Things are going to change very fast. The way this country is changing, the economy is changing, Delhi is definitely going to become the tourism and cultural capital of the country. So I am here to just invite all of you to join hands. Let's create this new journey. Let's move forward and implement the vision of Honorable Prime Minister, and let Delhi be the showcase of the country. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you, New Indian Express. Jai Hind.
Mr. Mishra, since you talked about women's safety and pollution, I have to ask you what you're doing about those. Those are the major challenges that Delhi faces.
Those definitely are two major challenges that the city is facing, and no short-term solutions can be just advertised. One has to really work towards it. Women's safety, it's also need to change the attitude, how people see each other, how people respect each other, and we have to connect back to the original root, the cultural roots of our civilization, so that we start respecting each other. So, but there are two aspects of it. One is the problem, and another is, from tourism point of view, the perception of the problem. We have to handle both. Problem at law and order level, and at the behavior and attitude change level. We have to address those, and we are bringing changes in the educational curriculum, and also Delhi Police is working towards that. We are also in the process of creating a tourism, not exactly policing kind of thing, but tourism friendly force which can ensure at least the safety and security and perception, handling the perception of the city from the point of view of a tourist who is visiting the city. As far as pollution is concerned, there are air pollution issue and river pollution, water pollution issue. Both we have.
You've been working on the Yamuna for years.
for years, almost 15 years now, yeah. So the minimum ecological flow in the river is one thing, and also ensuring that no untreated drop of water ends into the river. The best thing is, this is first time when the central government, state government and all the agencies are working together. Honorable Home Minister is almost every month reviewing the progress, and the roadmap is that we will ensure that within next 2 years, not even a single drop of untreated water will end into the river. Plus, we are also...
I hope we can hold you to that, and let's applaud that. Please.
And plus also we are to ensure the minimum ecological flow in the river. We are in talks with UP, and maybe this year itself, before the end of this year, we will be able to ensure that minimum 10% of ecological flow. If we ensure that the root cause of the river pollution can be addressed. Plus, I would like to, at least in front of this audience, I can talk about it. See, the river in Yamuna is in two parts. One, which is the dirtier part, but we also have a 22 kilometer of clean river stretch, which no one has ever shown to the world. This year, first time last year, we organized cruise is coming next month, but we have organized the yoga day on the river itself, and then we were able to showcase that there is a cleaner side of river also. People need to connect to the river. We need to bring people to that side of the river, and we are now starting a river cruise experience, first time in the city. The cruise is on its way right now when we are talking. It's coming from Mumbai to Delhi, and in next 3-4 days we will be assembling the final shape of the cruise, and sometime in March or by end of Feb, Delhi will be having a river cruise experience as well. We have also started kayaking and rowing, and then in my constituency itself there are students, youth who are getting trained in kayaking and rowing on river Yamuna, and then they are going and participating in international kayaking and rowing events. So from tourism part of view, we already have one part of river that can be shown to the people, and where we can create international experiences. So we are working towards that. But pollution, definitely it will require a long-term approach, focused missionary approach, and we are committed to solve it. And almost all the capital city and global cities have gone through this phase.
This is true, but I think the number of tourists, number of people, the pollution refugees as they're called, who go to states like Goa, and Delhi actually loses them because they can't stand the pollution of the city.
That is so true, and it's unfortunately almost 3 decades, nothing concrete have been done. So we have to fill up for that gap also. But again, I would like to tell you one thing very frankly: there is no global city in the world, no country in the world which has not gone through this phase. So when you move from a developing phase to a developed phase, there are phases where you lose on your natural resources and then you recover it. So I think India is now, as a country, we are simultaneously going to both the phases. We are developing also, and in an environment sensitive and friendly way. Not many countries have done that before.
And the last question is really about the built heritage of Delhi. There's so much, and we all know a lot of UNESCO heritage sites are there as well. But you cannot go to these sites in isolation. There has to be a heritage precinct, so that the overall experience of visiting these sites is also enriched. What are you doing about that?
See, we are bringing a new policy for the Delhi heritage sites, and we are inviting industry players, including UNESCO.
There's the National Culture Fund, right?
Yeah.
Where private players have taken.
Yeah, but not in Delhi.
Yeah.
So only Red Fort and some Jantar Mantar. So now, but Delhi has their own heritage sites other than Archaeological Survey of India. So we are going to open all those sites in this financial year itself, and we are inviting industry players to adopt these sites, and then we can also have some social, cultural festivals and events, so that it becomes more than a sightseeing, but it converts into an experience for all the visitors. Yeah.
And Delhi, the whole idea of Delhi has always been very inclusive, because it has seen so many different kinds of histories. What do you have to say about that, and how do you showcase that inclusivity?
See, that is so true, because we have, on one hand, we have these 1,200 protected monuments, and on the other hand, it's all in the modern city experience, a global cosmopolitan experience. It is a very unique thing. Not many cities can actually claim to have this kind of experience, but yeah, we have failed to showcase it in right manner. So definitely, and also we are adding other components like mice industry and all those components to it. So it will take some time, definitely, but we now have a roadmap ahead and the clarity of vision, and you will see those changes, and let's join hands and together bring these changes.
Thank you so much. May I request you to stay on stage, and Mr. Chawla, please, if you could felicitate him. Thank you very much, Mr. Mishra. Thank you. I think that was very insightful. Lots of promises that Mr. Mishra has made, so we're going to hold him to that. May I now request Steve Borgia? I hope I'm pronouncing Borgia right. Okay, good. He's the chairman and MD of Indico Hotels. But more than that, I think he's a great storyteller. I don't know if any of you have seen his videos, but he has a great way of telling stories, of restoring heritage pieces, of picking up things from here and there, virtually picking up palaces and recreating them. I was quite entertained by watching him. I'm sure you will too. But he's also Vice President of Indian Heritage Hotels Association and President of the Ecotourism Society of India and Chairman of the Rural Tourism Society of India, which I didn't even know existed. So I think he will tell us a lot of stories that will also tell us how you can actually make something of what you have and what India has, but also some of the challenges in it. So Mr. Borgia, the floor is all yours. I'm not going to ask you any questions. You answered all of them. I leave it to you. Thank you. Could we have a round of applause for Mr. Borgia?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to my city, the good old Madras. In Madras, we don't wear suits. So I came with a flowery shirt, and I am feeling cold. I would have nearly borrowed Mr. Billa's jacket. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak here. As usual, it was great to listen to Mr. Billa. I'd always check my doings with his policies. Actually, getting to a point, you have the young tourism minister here who beautifully committed to a streamline of things for the press tomorrow, and Mr. Chawla here. But I have one thing to share with all of you. Tourism is not the issue of the mind or the pocket. It's all about your heart. I think it's passion. I always say any business is not about profit and loss, it's all about sharing. And I looked at it that way all through. And I think I didn't do badly. I had a good education in a nice school, and then and somewhere I landed up in the UN. UN puts so much of statistics in your mind. I got to know India is not one country, but two countries. There was an urban India, there was a rural India. And this urban India is so rich. I've not seen people as rich as those. And rural India is so poor, and I've not seen people as poor as those in rural India. And I hated being a part of this society. So when I was in Geneva, I decided when I get back home, the first thing I would go is and attack this issue. By then I was mature and grown up enough to understand that people rich are rich because they slogged and the poor are poor because they slumbered. But then I think this rural-urban divide is more a government policy. So I said I'll go straight to the smallest village that I find and establish a big sustainable business where everything is going to be beautiful. And that is what took me to a place called Swamimalai, a very least known little village in Tanjore district. And then the rest was history. But the reason why I'm here, and I made sure this is the reason I'm going to be here after listening to Mr. Billa, is to say tourism is not a bad area to be, even considering it's a business. It's lovely, it's passionate, it's a dream. And two, it's a magic area. For many businesses, there is a dead end. In tourism, there is no dead end. I'll give you a few examples of what happened. When I got back, I made a beautiful plan. This is what I'm going to do. I want to be a Maharaja, so I will build a kingdom for me. The kingdom became too big, and that's what got converted into a hotel. But when I went to a bank, I had a big project for about 130 crores. The bankers laughed at me. You want to do this? What for? I said, I want to give the authentic Indian experience to an inbound traveler. They laughed. They said, you can't use this, you can't use this, you can't use this. All factors which I thought was going to help me offer the authentic experience was struck off. Country tiles, thatch patch and all this. It was a shame for me, I was stuck. Then I decided I'm not going to go after money. I'll go after an idea. So what do I sell in my tourism business? I thought for a while. There emerged India, an untouched product those days. I said I will sell India. Somebody created a beautiful country for me, ready to sell product. I will sell India, and that is what happened from 1994 until today. I only sell India. I sell small aspects. Taking the pan after eating biryani is an aspect for me. And it all worked, and it is still working. Therefore, friends, don't get a bit scared or worried about the policies and about this, about that. No. There is a nice gap between the policy and what we do at the floor. I'll give you an example. Yes, COVID struck everybody very badly, and more the ones in rural areas, because everything was clogged, stopped. So we said, okay, at least let's allow the local people to use the swimming pool. Then came another order, swimming pool to be shut and sealed. You can't touch your swimming pool. So we said, what do? We shut that, returned the money. We had an Ayurvedic center. Said, let's do massages for the local people. Suddenly we said, love thy neighbor. We never knew who was our neighbor. Suddenly we love thy neighbor. We invited the local people to come to our spa. Shut down your spa. We were clogged all sides. We thought for a while. We said, what do? And we had about 1,500 local people to feed. Forget our hoteliers. We launched a program. We said, let's take care of senior citizens who are all hiding in urban areas, scared of COVID coming through the toilet hole, and this, that, and everywhere. We frightened them a lot. We didn't even realize. We sort of tried to give the Ebola picture to COVID. I just wrote about 300 mails to friends in the US. If you want us to take care of your parents, we will take care. But we can't use a hotel, huh? See, we got the license released for our Ayurvedic center. We brought these 89 couples to the hotel, converted the whole hotel into a nice Ayurvedic spa, and kept these people with us for 6 to 7 months. That was our highest yield ever. And two, the swimming pool was always disturbing me. What do I do with my pool filled with water? So one day I decided I can't use it. One day I decided to empty the pool, bring fresh water from the ponds nearby. We filled our pool with fresh water, and those days Kerala was very sweet. When they needed medicines and medical care, you sent a lorry load. There was one teacher Amma who was a minister. She would send back some gift. She asked me, what do you want? I said, what can you give me other than kappa? Kappa is the tapioca sticks. So along with it, she sent me some packets of these fishlings. We emptied that in this pond, and we grew fish and we grew tapioca. The local people got used to eating tapioca and fish curry. We produced about 40 to 50 kg of fish every day. So there are survival techniques, and that's possible in a country like India, more in India. We are too good to take the diversion this way, that way, and survive, and lead, and do extremely well. So this is what happened in our case. In a small village with good intention, we started working with local people, and we realized it was good. It was so helpful. And immediately after that, there was a lot of learning. There was this inbound tourism, there was this domestic tourism. Then we launched a new product called Love Thy Neighbor. Suddenly the neighbors became very important. There was no occupancy. So we advertised locally. Neighbors started coming in. So there are a lot of quick fix solutions for a lot of problems we hold. Yes, not that we don't have, we have a lot of problems. But we could easily come out of those problems, those issues. I think I would take that table. So eventually what happened, we learned so much that became our mainstay. Culture became the mainstay. From pure profit and loss economy, business economy, we became an experience economy. Of course, we have migrated and migrated. Today we are a memory economy. Yeah. As soon as I put my backpack, take a selfie. My journey starts today. Then my air hostess, my aeroplane, pluck, 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 it goes. The tourist is actually busy making memory. They are not worried how beautiful is your room, what roads you give them, what hotel they stay. They are busy making memory. So we started pitching in on that. Make hell of a lot of memory while they are staying with us. They want to ride a bullock cart, 1,000 pictures will go out. They want to milk a cow, they want to climb a coconut tree. Yes, we teach them to climb a coconut tree and we give them a license to climb coconut tree. We teach them to ride a bullock cart and give them a nice license to ride a bullock cart for 25 years. These things make stories and make memories for them. So we are on that track. That way, I'm sure, there might be a day when I may run short of ideas. Then I will go running to Mr. Billa. Yeah. We've been on track for the last 30 years. He has always stood as a man of strength, and we are looking forward for an ideal position where he could execute a lot of things that he has in his mind. He's a great guy to work with, and I'm sure India is going to do great with him. But tourism business, unlike other businesses, I think it's just not a business where you make profit and loss. Rural areas have a lot more to contribute. Every monument is in a rural area, and that is what we are selling. I think if we don't give back something to them, then we are not in fair business. We are just taking and not giving. Today, in all my hotels, we are rural centric. All our employees are local people. By a mission statement, we cannot hire, even if you were to give me free services, I cannot hire you. We have a memorandum signed with the local panchayat that will hire only local people, 5-kilometer radius. And we cannot say no to handicapped people. They can enter the gate and go straight to the HR and pick up a job. We cannot say no to destitutes. We cannot say no to transgenders. We did all this out of some learning, but today it has brought in a lot of reputation to our business. When guests see a transgender doing service, they appreciate us for that. So this way we have learnt a lot, and we are still learning. All girls' schools within 5-kilometer radius, there are today about 264 schools, all of them have a toilet. That may not be a big issue, but I think it should be a big issue. All the girls' schools have a toilet now, primary schools. And there are no beggars on the streets in that town, in Kumbakonam. We have converted, we used skill development schemes of the government to train them into being sweepers. So all the beggars were trained to be sweepers, and Kumbakonam town has been declared the cleanest town in India. Our railway minister was here, Mr. Suresh, I forget his full name. So he visited our railway station, the main station. It was so clean. So he asked me, how is it the station is kept so clean? I said, we sweep, we wash, we keep it clean, because this is what gives the first impression. So he said, no, you're doing something else. I said, no, we are only washing and sweeping. So he said, it's so clean, I feel like putting my foot on the floor and eating. So he declared that railway station the best kept railway station, but 2 days later he lost that job. That is secondary. Yeah. So like this, many nice things have happened. There is no manual scavenging in that vicinity. We have mechanized everything. Temple towns are very dirty normally, very dirty. Probably that's the only town where the local people's initiative got them a World Heritage status for a temple. The temple was so bad, you go in and sneeze, 10 stones will fall down. We produced such a big docket, small one, sorry, and distributed it outside the parliament to show the status of the temple to the parliamentarians, and we forgot about it. 1 year later, the temple got the World Heritage status. It's no joke, getting the status. There's so much of documentation work to do. So if initiatives can be moved by the tourism people in tourism business, it's going to do all of us good. And it is not a tough thing. I enjoy my business. I really enjoy. Having said all this, sometimes there are bigger issues. I'm glad Mr. Billa is here, and I'm glad to bring it to his knowledge. In some segments, some locations, business is becoming very tough, especially hill stations. When you're in a hill station, you spend 25 to 30% more, because you have to bring material from the plains to the hills. Added to that, there's nobody to monitor licensing policies, so hotels are coming up like mushrooms. Business falls. Now what some people are doing, they're converting their hotels into bungalows. And a great hotelier has become a great real estate man. Now they're selling bungalows, not room nights. That is a dangerous situation. Very dangerous situation. Yes, he can go back to make the bungalows into a hotel rooms later, but that comes after a long time when we have suffered the hit. So this is the caution point. I think what is lacking as a hotelier, as a tourism professional, I should bring this point. the government should have a destination plan and earmark land for purposes. I mean, imagine if you earmark place for 10 convention centers, not bothering about the carrying capacity. Convention center will be full, but then people will have to stay 100 kilometers away. There may not be any hotels around. So many hotels, these are for hotels, so many convention centers, this for youth hostel, this for hospitals. That planning has to happen for literally every destination. I remember when I was in college, Government of India did a beautiful planning work in Vaishno Devi. Mr. Jagmohan was there. He's one of the greatest tourism ministers that we had. He's forgotten today, but he did a great job in Vaishno Devi with not much of a budget. He did a great job. Today the destination is that because of that gentleman. Single-handedly he did all that. And see what has happened in Varanasi, what has happened in Ganges. Yes, we spent a lot of money, but all those revenues are coming in. The destination has a different outlook today. This planning should come from Government of India for literally every destination that has a potential. And I believe in India, it's just not monumental support. There is so much of culture, there is so much of experiences, there is so much of I told you, memories. So this is where the challenge comes, to create that master plan and allow tourism to just grow. It will grow. You don't have to push it with some special budget and all that, because from time immemorial, just go back and see. We did not have people who were trained abroad, brought here, no hotels, no five-star hotels, but still everybody came flocking to India. The Mughals came, the Chinese came, the British came, the Dutch came, the French came. Now the second lap has started. Why did they come? Why did they come? They had a reason. And now they'll come back again. We still have a lot to give. My last point would be, again, a request that this map becomes very important before the tourism products gets converted to some other product. Please don't construe what I'm talking as magic or a fluke shot. You can see, I have one small video clip. You can see how happy people are, how joyful people are. We keep making small products every day. If a guest is staying with us for 5 days, one day we send them to the village. Choose the family with whom you want to have dinner tonight. Then they go on the bullock cart with the guest to the fish market, they pick up the fish, bring it home, they cook the fish. Everything is interesting for them. Then they have fish curry rice. All that we look at is the sanitation aspect. Put about mineral water, clean floors and all this, and everything happened. And that's the most joyful thing that happened for them in their 40 days of tour in India. Now I'll just show you one clip.
Ever seen a prison gate repurposed as a resort's banquet? Step into history at Indigo Hotel, Swamimalai, because this isn't just a resort, it's a living museum. And at the heart of it all is one man, Steve Porgy. As a resort's banquet, step into history at Indigo Hotel, Swamimalai, because this isn't just a resort, it's a living museum.
This palace was in the heart of Chennai. My chief minister did not like it, they decided to break it. But then I decided to buy it, I removed it stone by stone, carried it all the way to one of my hotels that I rebuilt it there. It's there. These are our rooms. Just because we are into rural tourism, you must not think we are, rustic, local. No. We try to be very royal, very, very royal. is a 1737 palace built in Chennai by a guy from Shekhavati, a Rajasthani. Imagine that got broken. We had to carry it and save it. We don't try to get the local people and train them to do foreign things, no. We do things what they know, what they have, and what they can do. We never try to push something alien onto them. You see, they are doing only local things. These are the bullock cart classes. Even bathing in a pump set becomes an exquisite product. All hotels of us will have a museum, should have a museum. They are not very demanding. The simple things that gives them the greatest joy. Look at that, just putting that sari and the dhoti and taking pictures. Yeah, so you saw that. So we don't try to give them peanut stuff and all that. No, we are very, very careful in what we are offering, the style in which we offer, and the happiness quotient that is got by them. We are very, very careful about it. So much so the guests themselves will tell us, how can you afford to give us all this in this little price? That's what we want. Can I see the second video, Santosh? We used COVID very positively here, using the COVID times, the official note that we got from government. We shut down all our restaurants, no air conditioning in any of our restaurants, no air conditioning in any public area. We moved the restaurant into the farm, into the garden, and made everything natural. Can you play the second one? So what may work here may not work in your area. So it is very, very destination specific, but every destination has more than enough for us to make a product. I think that's what we should gun for. Because just get back to yesteryears, all temples had a festival for which most of the people moved. And all the festivals are not at the same time. One is in summer, one is in peak winter, one is this way, that way, very beautifully distributed, but the system kept people moving to take care of the local economy for purchase of the flowers that bloom at that time.
Repurposed as a resort's back gate. Step into history at Indigo Hotel, Swamimalai. Because this isn't just a resort, it's a living museum. And at the heart of it all is one man, Steve Borgia, a collector, a restorer,
Santosh,
on a mission to
repeating.
protect the stories South India almost forgot. You look at Indigo and think, Charming
You're
old
repeating.
building, but step in and it's a time machine hidden in a Tamil village. The rooms are real Tanjavur homes. The pool is inspired by temple tanks. The food is straight out of a Tamil village kitchen.
There are no
You get
architects or
bullocks
engineers
instead of
in these
buggies,
projects. It's all
peacocks on the
local
roof
people.
instead of solar panels. And yes, even a pump set bath makes it to your itinerary. But wait, that's just the surface. This place holds India's best private collection of vintage and colonial era artifacts. The actual handcuffs used on Subhash Chandra Bose, India's first refrigerator, first bicycle, first fan. Things so rare, even Google would just shrug. None of it came in bulk. Steve found them, rescued them, and gave them their soul back. He
Thank
chose
you,
to
Santosh.
protect what we were leaving behind.
Thank you very much. You're all most welcome to visit us. I'm not trying to sell room nights. For tourism people, government officials, it's all complimentary because there's a learning process involved. So you're most welcome to come there anytime.
And for journalists,
Experience that.
it should be complimentary for journalists also.
Not only for you, for your family as well. Thank you very much.
And for certain ministers.
We have never advertised. We have never advertised. I think we grew because of the journalists and the stories they planted. It was new. So stories planted by them has taken...
Don't
us
say
this far.
planted, that has a very negative connotation.
No. The stories that they printed...
The
in
stories that they told.
Yeah. Sorry for that.
Thank you so
Good,
much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was so wonderful, and I wish we could all travel there. May I request Mr. Chawla now to felicitate Mr. Borgia? Thank you, Mr. Borgia. It was really wonderful listening to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla.
Could we have a round of applause for him, please?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we move on to our next session now. Thank you. It's Dr. Ilya Raja, who's the MD of the MP State Tourism Development Corporation. And he has a lot to say about Madhya Pradesh. I've listened to you, sir, as well, and I think you have so many wonderful ideas about the state. Please, I'd request you to come and speak, and then we can do a short Q&A.
Can we connect the presentation?
Yeah.
Audio as well, huh?
Yeah.
Notification off. Shall I?
Good afternoon, everyone. Prabhu Chawla, sir, Suman Bila, sir, Mr. Steve, the minister has just left, the new Indian Express team, the distinguished colleagues. Myself, Ilya Raja, the Secretary, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, also MD of Tourism Board. Before starting, I belong to the same state where I stand here. I'm from Tamil Nadu. So, just half an hour before what the minister said, the identity issue of the Delhi itself. So, we do face Madhya Pradesh. Although in the last decade, MP had done wonderfully well in terms of branding it. So, I'm just going to stick to the basics of Madhya Pradesh again, because to introduce into the southern India, the thing is, when I got, even I was not knowing nothing about Madhya Pradesh before got into the cadre. I am from a rural area of Tamil Nadu, from Erode. So even now, my grandma introduced me as he's a collector working in some northern state or Maharashtra. So generally people doesn't know about Madhya Pradesh, right? So we do have that
identity crisis, especially in the southern part of India. So when we say I'm in Bhopal, working in Bhopal, immediately people remember the Bhopal gas tragedy. So obviously we are just going to come up with a dark tourism product. So we are curating it. So we are going to come up with a beautiful museum about the gas tragedy itself. And another thing is, when I was in Bhopal, when I went to Madhya Pradesh, lot to explore. So we have the problem of plenty. So we have everything: heritage, wildlife, nature, tribal culture, the nature. So now, so what exactly to brand? To brand heritage, to brand nature. So the problem of plenty is also there. And second, when it comes to foreign tourist arrival, again, India, there is a clear-cut pattern of golden triangle. Although still people are sticking to it, like Delhi, Agra, Jaipur. Somewhere there is a spillover to Khajuraho and into the tiger reserves of Madhya Pradesh. So I'm just going to show you the basics of Madhya Pradesh. Again, going to put something in your heart. I'm just going to occupy your little bit space in your heart from the heart of incredible India. So like I said, so we are heart of incredible India because we are very centrally located. It's a gem with a dense forest. We have a lot of UNESCO heritage sites, maybe the maximum in the country, 18 UNESCO heritage sites, 3 in permanent list, 15 in tentative list. So those, again, MP is again known for religious tourism. Like Bilasa said, domestic tourism is surging like anything. So it's basically mostly towards religious places. So there is a beautiful video the MP Tourism had come up with. I'm just going to show a lot of TVCs, lot of videos today. Yeah.
When I open my eyes to a day of day, nature's abode is where I want to be. Enchanted by its scenic charms, I desire to bask in its blissful arms. When the going gets tough and triumph upholds, I wish to rejoice my victories amidst the brave and bold. The adventure then unveils, and to the courageous roars and soaring hopes, I bow down and hail. Times when the spirit is at peace, I seek the divine, and uncertainty I seize. Purity. Passion and pleasure. The feelings that reside within are all I want to treasure. Beauty, adventure, peace and culture are my inner core.
कल्पना कीजिए ओनली इमेजिनेशन फिर बोलते
जो दिल चाहे.
So that is Madhya Pradesh. As I told you, we are the abode of history. Lot of monuments, whether it is 498 state monuments, 290 ASI protected monuments. Like I told you, we have a lot of UNESCO World Heritage Sites. In fact, a lot of intangible UNESCO Heritage Sites. The Gwalior is termed as a city of music by UNESCO's Creative Cities Network, and the Bhopal is a city of literature which is under process, and lot of medieval towns. Again, the Madhya Pradesh is again known for great Bundela architecture, like Orcha, Khajuraho. So there is a lot to explore in Madhya Pradesh. There is an ancient glory, so Ujjain and Chitrakoot. It's known for time immemorial. When the Lord Ram spent more than 11 years of exile in Madhya Pradesh, in Chitrakoot. And Lord Krishna had attended the elementary school, right, the so-called Gurukulam in Ujjain, in Santipani Ashram. Of course, it's a tribal state. So we are again the greenest state of the country. We have the maximum forest cover, which is 25% of the state is a forest. So we have highest number of tiger reserves, 9. 2 tiger reserves have been announced just a year back. And we have 11 national parks, 3 biosphere reserves, Panna, Amarkantak and Pachmadi. We have plenty of rivers. River Narmada is a lifeline for Madhya Pradesh. In fact, it's one of the oldest civilization existed in River Narmada, along the River Narmada. So, just going to talk something about the heritage. Khajuraho temples, it is more than 1,000 years old, Bundela architecture, lot of intricate carvings. And Sanchi Stupa is a 2,000 years old, where Lord Ashoka married Devi in Sanchi, and Sangamitra and Mahendra, who went to Sri Lanka to spread Buddhism from Sanchi. So it's a place of peace. So just going to a small video about Sanchi Stupa. So Lord Buddha's disciples, Mahamogalyan and Sariputra's relics have been kept in Sanchi. So we have a beautiful light and sound show in the evening organized in Sanchi. So first I told you Khajuraho is 1,000 years old, Sanchi is 2,000 years old, and the Bhimbetka rock shelters are 40,000 years old. So it's a prehistoric cave paintings in the middle of the jungle. You could see the early men, our ancestors, who had drawn the paintings on the caves. So there are other the UNESCO heritage sites which are in tentative list, like a historical group of Tamil Nadu, which is in Mysore. It's again Buddhist caves. Again the beautiful geological wonder, Bedaghat marble rock. When Narmada, river Narmada, when flown, it formed the marble rocks. It's very beautiful during the full moon day. And again, you could see a dinosaur fossils in the Lameta and Bedaghat region. So we have a dinosaur park which is going to come up in Bedaghat. Again, Orcha is very beautiful. It's a medieval town. River Betwa flows along the Chatris. Mandu is a very magical place, very beautiful during the monsoon season. Gwalior is for power, also city of music, and we have a thriving wildlife. Like I told you, there's a lot of our 9 tiger reserves, 11 national parks at the cost of repetition, 24 wildlife sanctuaries. We are the tiger state of the country. Like our topic says, even Mr. Steve wears a shirt which is full of big cats, right? So we are fit to be called as a big cat state. So we are a tiger state of India, have more than 800 tigers. The census is going on. Now we will cross more than 1,000 tigers now. So we are a leopard state of India. We are the only cheetah state of the country. So where cheetahs have been extinct for the last 70 years, under the able guidance of Honorable Prime Minister and Chief Ministers, cheetahs have been reintroduced into the jungle. They are thriving well. We have more than 30 cheetahs in Madhya Pradesh. So we are a Gadial state, we are a vulture state, we are a wolf state. So you call any animal, so we have it in Madhya Pradesh. Yes, it's a small video about the wild kingdom of Madhya Pradesh. So that's with the wildlife. And we are a spiritual tourism destinations. Out of 133 million tourists visited Madhya Pradesh, so we are around 70 million tourists coming for the spiritual tourism. And we have 2 Jyotirlingas, which is Mahakal and Omkareshwar. Mahakal is a place where the time started, the Lord Shiva's abode. After the inauguration of the Mahakal Lok, the more and more infrastructure is being created to engage the people who are coming and giving them spiritual experience, not only the religious thing. And the Omkareshwar is another Jyotirling. We have a lot of Shakti Peeths. Like I told you, Chitrakoot is the abode of Rama, and Narmada Parikrama. It's a very beautiful parikrama you could take. Narmada is 1300 kilometer river. So it's like you always walk, the river is always been kept on the right side of your walk. It is like you are walking in the forest, you are walking in the villages, and you are interacting with the tribal communities, and it is like taking an inward journey and surrendering it to the nature. That is a Narmada Parikrama. Even lot of foreign tourists undergo Narmada Parikrama. When it comes to art and craft, and it is Madhya Pradesh, like the whole Bharat. So we have a beautiful textile passion trail curated for the tourist. So this is a small video talks about art and craft.
In MP, my heart beats beats like a child. Like Mowgli, it goes crazy wild. It wants to tell the tiger. Then it chases fearless. Roams around, round and round, all joy and tears. Like a bunch of saris in Chennai style. In MP, my heart beats like a child. Serve a bazaar, tasty, tasty ride. Marble mountain shines like moon bright, bright. Manu Mahal, what a magic inside. Sanchi Stupa, it finds peace inside. In MP, my heart beats like a child. Like a small child.
This is a brand Madhya Pradesh. By using our own souvenirs, whatever the toys you could see, the crafts, still we are giving it to a tourist. So MP has 5 distinct cultural zones like the Bharat, so where every 100 kilometers everything changes, language, tradition, culture, food, cuisine. In MP also it's the same. So we have a distinct 7 tribal communities with the 45 sub-tribes. As I told you, we have excellent textile craft, Chanderi and Maheshwari saris. 700 years the history of weaving those Chanderi saris. Bark printing is very popular. So we have an intangible heritage of Gond paintings, Mandana and Pitora paintings been recognized by the UNESCO. And we have the craft work done in pale metal and terracotta. So this is Jari Zadosi of Bhopal. It's again very popular. So I'm sure I'm just going to gift a few of the Jari Zadosi for you people also. Yes, right. So like craft, so we have again thriving culture in Madhya Pradesh. Just going to show you a small video about. This is played by the Anushka Shankar, and how we are branding Madhya Pradesh through the music. What a fulfilling, soulful music it is. When you come to Madhya Pradesh, I'm sure you are going to have the same experience. The art of Incredible India, the heart of Incredible India. So we are again known for a lot of dance festivals. Gajuraho International Dance Festival is very popular, just going to happen in February, 3rd week. So a lot of artists from international, the various countries come in and participate in these events. You are most welcome to witness this, the great grand dance festival. And again into the wilderness, like Sar said, it's not about the product, it's all about experiences. So which we are going to offer. This is again into the wilderness bench Mohli trek. We are again curating lot of nature trails and trekking for the tourist. Pench is known as a Mowgli's land. You would have definitely heard the story of Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book, right? The Mowgli, Bahira, Sher Khan, right? Nobody could forget that. Those memories we could definitely bring it in the Pench forest. Forest bathing is again the new thing which is coming up in Pench. It's a kind of meditation. When you hug the trees, you will have that soulful experience when you come to Pench. Only whitewater rafting in the Betwa river of Orcha. There's a small video.
देखो टाइटैनिक कपल देखो अरे राजा देखो और रानी देखो बिग 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 प्लेन कहानी देखो मचमारी के किससे देखो ला 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 किससे देखो किससे किस बुट्टे की किस सर रात का चक्कर हो जाए चक्कर के चक्कर में शक्कर का चक्कर हो जाए लंबी लाठी लमला बड़ा तालाब के संग दंग 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 करते दंग 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 धुआंधार खूटे धम 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 तक दिन तक कजरा हो थिरकाए आंखों में दिल में हिंदी बस जाए
भैया बस
हिंदी से दिल भर ना भर पाए
धक धक
I'm sure after this you would definitely love to come to Madhya Pradesh. Right. So, it's memories, all about memory. You'll have to capture the memories, right? That is also a part of kind of sightseeing. So obviously we are definitely going to the experiential thing, but still tourists want to catch their memories. That was a video about the memories. So we are into a big time responsible tourism right now. We are a tribal state, we are a rural state. It's all about livelihood, it's not about jobs, like Suman Billah sir said. So we are really making the place better for the local communities. So we have created a lot of homestays. We are making our destinations safer for women. Lot of women solo travelers who are coming to Madhya Pradesh. In fact, the first all women run hotel which had come up in Pachmadi, which is Amaltas, run by Madhya Pradesh Tourism. So we have a responsible souvenir mission where actually we involve local communities and we handhold them, help them, like what Steve is doing. A lot of organizers are working with us. So this is about homestays. Just go with them, go with the rural people, tribal people, live with them, understand them. It's a mutual understanding, cultural sharing. So we are the issue of connectivity, which we are solving right now. So we have come up with 3 new airports last year, got inaugurated. So we got 8 airports right now. So we have launched the intra-state as a state's own initiative, helicopter service and also the charter services run by Madhya Pradesh Tourism. Viability gap funding has been given. So there is 3 sectors have been identified. The helicopters are flying tourist in the religious sector, which is Indore, Ujjain, Omkareshwar. Second is a wildlife sector, connecting Khana, Bandhavgarh, Chitrakoot, Amarkantak with Jabalpur. There is a third sector which is a hill station sector connecting Bhopal with Madai and Pachmadi. So this about the investment. We are really opening up, like Suman sir said, actually we are definitely following ease of doing business proposed by the Government of India. We are one of the top achievers of the Business Reform Action Plan. Like sir said, actually number of permissions required to start a hotel have been slashed to 10 from the 30. There is an online portal. The incentive policy has been become very simpler. We are giving capital subsidy up to 30% to the investors. A lot of new destinations are coming up as a responsible mission because many places are really crowded up. So we're really opening up a lot of new destinations. Cruise tourism, which is another thing we're really looking in, because River Narmada cut across the whole Madhya Pradesh, flow into Maharashtra, then into Gujarat. So the terminals are under construction, probably in a year or two, and we will be having a cruise running from Statue of Oneness, which is in Omkareshwar, to Statue of Unity, which is in Kevadia, Gujarat. So we are again keep adding lot of UNESCO heritage sites, hoping that in 2028 Orcha would be in the permanent list of UNESCO heritage site. Lot of intangible assets have been kept on adding. The Mandla is near to Panna Tiger is assessed as a best tourism village, and we have come up with a beautiful handloom craft village in Chanderi, Pranpur, which has been awarded as a best handloom craft village. Again, we are going to curate 2 other craft villages in Maheshwar and Kukshi, which are already under construction. Like I told you, there is a portal for all permissions, and if for ultra mega power projects, although it is mostly investment related, but I'm still telling you there is a direct allotment of the land parcel to the investor, and a lot of subsidies for the tourism projects. These are all the hospitality projects identified for the capital incentives. There is a rising footfall. Of course, domestic tourism is really surging. Last year we got around 133 million tourists, but still we lack foreign tourist arrivals, which honestly we agree. We have to really work on lot of things, like Suman Billas sir said. Like sir had said, for heritage property, only 1 lakh rupees has been kept as a base price. 17 properties had been already given away for the investor, and there was a very beautiful heritage property had come up just 50 meters away from the Mahakal temple, where the old school has been converted into heritage hotel. I think you should come and witness how exactly it has been transformed. So we have all the brands which have come up. Many brands were coming up, adding more and more hospitality facilities in the rural areas. So the next thing which really promote is a film tourism. There's a beautiful video about I think the second last video about film tourism.
This is Madhya Pradesh, a land of sepia-colored forts, monuments and vibrant culture. The captivating architecture reflects ancient religions, powerful kingdoms and the earliest relics of human civilization. Where sprawling tiger reserves provide solitude to the majestic beast. No wonder MP was the original setting of Rudyard Kipling's iconic The Jungle Book. This state boasts a plethora of architectural wonders, marking evolution of man into a skillful human at Bhimbetka, Sanchi and Khajuraho. Home to temples, forts and over 10 national parks of significant stature, Madhya Pradesh will woo you into an exciting world of adventure and the wild. Madhya Pradesh is truly the heart of India. With this, Madhya Pradesh is now ready to invite you to paint your canvas with an all-round connectivity by rail, road and air. MP opens its doors to filmmakers from all over the world with a very lucrative film tourism policy. Ease of filming, single window clearances, attractive incentives and a film-friendly environment makes Madhya Pradesh an my favorite and year-round shooting destination. Come, explore and experience Madhya Pradesh. Come, shoot at the heart of incredible India.
So very lucrative film tourism policy we are having. There is a film facilitation cell which gives permissions immediately. I think within few hours to maybe 2-3 days. There are a lot of capital incentives have been given, and there is an extra incentive for local artist hiring, and there is a separate ABGC policy for the post-production of the films, which again IT department gives a lot of incentives on that. It's completely integrated. And of course, lunch is waiting outside for us. So MP has a lot of culinary delights. I'm not. This is about. Yeah. So Indori poha jalebi is very popular. Of course, I was a collector in Indore, and the Indorians, they cannot live without poha jalebi. Ratlami is save, and kajak is again winter dish, and it's again MP has a lot of royal cuisine culture and traditions. So just a few days before we had organized a royal food festival in Bhopal. So you are most welcome to Madhya Pradesh.
Swami
So that is Madhya Pradesh. I hope your heart is full, mind is full, stomach is still empty. So I am just finishing my presentation here. At the cost of repetition, I have shown you a lot of videos to fill with the memories of Madhya Pradesh, and we are ready to host you. So I invite every one of you to come to Madhya Pradesh, and thank you so much. And my friend wants to share the last few words.
Right, so I'll follow the instructions. I'll finish it within a minute, because otherwise I'll be issued a show cause notice, because I'm standing between you and the lunch. So, no. So the beauty of tourism, if you could see, I'll just like to sum it up. The beauty of tourism is 1.5 South Indian guys standing here and delivering Madhya Pradesh. So big hand to all of you and big hand to tourism. Thank you so much. We had a lovely time presenting, and I hope you had a lovely time listening to us. Thank you so much.
I think that was quite marvelous. We should have a round of applause for them. And I think after this, all of us would love to visit Madhya Pradesh, but please resolve the connectivity problem. I think that's a big issue. Because whenever you want to go to either Khajuraho or Khana, you never can quite figure out how to get there. So once you resolve that, we'll be happy to visit. Oh, no charter, please. You know what happens when people take charters? I'm very superstitious. Anyway, yes, I forgot. May I request Mr. Chawla to felicitate the two gentlemen? May I request you, both of you, to come to the stage again? As you said, the 1.5 South Indians. But you've done very well to adjust to Madhya Pradesh. And sir, may we have your name as well? Vivek? Ju. Mr. Billa, I think you have quite a fan following, so please. And justifiably so. Have you noticed, Mr. Chawla, one person from Andhra Pradesh and 2 people from Chennai? So South India rules. Would you like to explain what you're giving? Okay. This is gond work? Oh, beautiful. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have just one last quick session between you and lunch. May I request my friend Dileshwari Alyana from the Project Monitoring Unit of Telangana to come to the stage now and deliver her address. Dileshwari, yeah, there you are. Come.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Dileshwari Alyana and I am representing Telangana Tourism. I hope all you are good. So I just want to tell you about Telangana tourism especially. So Telangana is becoming India's newest gateway to the south. Distinguished guests, partners in the travel industry and friends. For decades, the world has looked at India through a specific lens often focused on the golden triangle of the north. But today, I am here to invite you to look further. I'm here you to invite Telangana, a state that serves as the perfect bridge between India's storied past and its high-tech future and the ultimate gateway to the South India. Our journey begins in Hyderabad, which is heart of the Telangana and South India as well. A city that breathes history under the reign of rulers of the two most important dynasties of Telangana. They are Qutub Shahis and Nizams. We also call them as Asaf Jahis also. So Hyderabad became a global center for culture and wealth. This legacy lives on today, center in the majestic Golconda Fort and the iconic Charminar. I hope you all know these beautiful monuments in Telangana. If you seek grandeur, look no further than Qutub Shahi tombs, one of the world's most stunning necropolises, Falaknuma and Chauhamalla palaces. Once the residence of the world's richest man, I hope you all know world's richest man, his 7th Nizam and 6th Nizam, both are the world's richest people at that time. In 1940s, we had like many diamonds in Hyderabad, the precious Jacob diamond, the precious, many more diamonds. So he was the richest diamond seller also at that time. So I wanted to mention their names also because they are the prominent people from Telangana. So Falaknuma Palace now stands as one of the most exquisite luxury hotels on the planet because Falaknuma Palace is one of the home of the Nizams actually. So that's why I'm just explaining about the Falaknuma Palace, offering a glimpse into the lifestyle of the Nizams. So if you want to experience the Nizam's home, you can go there and you can visit there. You can experience how was the exact royal cuisine there. So you can experience. Telangana is not just a feast for the eyes, it is a feast for the soul. Hyderabad is recognized by UNESCO as a creative city of gastronomy. I know, I hope that most of the people knows about this thing. Hyderabad is very famous for gastronomy. How many of people know about the Hyderabad's cuisine and the famous biryani and halim? Can you please answer this? How many of people interested in Hyderabad's biryani and halim? Thank you so much. From our world's famous biryani to our seasonal halim, the flavors of Telangana are unmatched. And this is the city of pearls. We offer shopping experience that combines traditional craftsmanship with modern luxury. So we also very famous for nighttime shopping actually. Shopping outside the city, the treasures only multiply. We invite you to Warangal, which is a similar place near to Hyderabad. Warangal is also a very historic place and very important place in view of monuments and other forts. To witness the architecture of marvel of Kakatiya dynasty at the UNESCO listed Ramappa temple in 2021. So we invite you to the Buddhist circuit at Nagarjuna Sagar, a serene destination that forms the southern arc of Buddhist history. And for those who seek the wild, our tiger reserves and lush green forests and water bodies offer a side of India that is untouched and breathtaking. Our modern visions are medical tourism, film tourism and customized tourism. You all know about Bahubali. So most of the big films, they have shooted in Hyderabad. So we are very famous for film tourism also. Telangana is also looking forward. We are positioning ourselves as global hub for medical tourism. Nowadays, medical tourism is becoming like a hectic thing. But when you visit to Hyderabad, you will notice, you will experience a great medical tourism. We have so many hospitals which are highly into AI also. So you can visit medical tourism in Hyderabad and you can experience there, and you will feel that no more waiting, zero kind of waiting there. So all the travelers are high quality, affordable alternative healthcare will be provided in our Telangana, especially in Hyderabad. Furthermore, for the storytellers in the room, our state boasts a mature filmmaking ecosystem. We have some of the world's best studio facilities and are ready to welcome international film crews to capture the beauty of the landscapes of Telangana. This is our commitment to you, that we understand that traveling to a new destination can feel overwhelming. That is why the Telangana Tourism Bureau has established a one-stop shop for domestic and international visitors. We are here to remove all the chavos, offering organized, customized tours and acting as your single point of contact to ensure seamless experiences. India is a vast land, but if you want to discover its heart, if you want to see the India that lies beyond the Taj Mahal and the palaces of Rajasthan, then is your destination, Telangana is your destination. Because most of the people, they go to Taj Mahal and they go to Rajasthan palaces. After visiting all these, if you have still time, you please come and visit Telangana. At least you will experience a nice, rich culture here. You will experience a great monuments here. So please come and visit Telangana. And we are open, we are ready, and we cannot wait to welcome you. Please come and experience our Telangana, which has diversity in population, diversity in food, diversity in heritage, pilgrimage, culture, craftsmanship, whatnot, many more. We have diversities in many more aspects. So Telangana, Zarurana, all of must visit Telangana. Thank you so much. Please stamp to your booth outside of this hall to know more about Telangana. I'm also here you to guide, and I'm also here you to share experiences and also more initiatives about Telangana. Rest of this day I'll be here at the booth of Telangana Tourism. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to me. Thank you so much. Telangana Zarurana.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chawla, may I request you to felicitate Dileshwari? Thank you so much. We will come.
Thank you so much.
Please move a little forward. Thank you so much. So We have lunch now, and I think we're quite a spread from all the states. Please do enjoy yourselves and be back here by 2:10 if possible. We have a lot of other people to listen to. Thank you so much for being such a good audience. Please.
Sure, that's the topic. Heritage as magnet keeping history alive. I'm going to go off in a little tangent, and whoever can click to the next slide, we can start there. And please keep looking at the visuals. I may do a quick question and answer session. Pradeep is not allowed to answer, and Pradeep, I'm setting you up for the next talk. So can we get the next slide? Is there a clicker? This one? What do I do? I got it. Sorry, it's no, sir, I got it. Sorry, non-digital device, so there's no buttons on it. Okay, so for me, for my area of work, and since you guys don't know me, let me give you a little bit of background. So, I mean, you can read this, and I'll read it again in a bit. But fundamentally, what I do is I work in the intersection of data, which means knowing the numbers, knowing the footfall, knowing who's going where. It's an extension from the visual art world into what we call visual heritage. So so I don't work in the space of dance and music and theater and other things. I work in the space of fine art, antiquities, architecture, and the intersections of visual art. So that visual art can be ancient, it can be modern, it can be contemporary. So we do that with data, and we do that with trying to create engagement, because engagement is the most important thing that we need. Today, all of us are doom scrolling Instagram because we're all drug addicts, right? We're getting a dopamine hit every time you listen to a new reel or watch something, and your brain is engaged. So how do we make visual art as engaging for you and as much of a dopamine hit that one would get? So heritage becomes a magnet only when data, design, and cultural intelligence work together. And that is where we come through with our museum exhibitions. So when we design, for example, as Kaveri said, I curate exhibitions at the art house at NMACC. I also curate exhibitions at the Piramal Museum of Art. These are all, of course, Bombay-based institutions, which again is a, I suppose, advantage of being the financial capital, because you can't do any of this without money. But the interesting thing is we're beginning to find out that with engagement, the money comes first. It's not even follows, it's not a long tail process, and that you do through tourism and various things. So I'm going to throw statistics. I'm sure all of you are tourism professionals or come from this space, but just to give you a run through, it is ChatGPT numbers, I'm sorry, but you see the numbers here. It is 9.5, the ChatGPT sometimes is far more accurate. 9.5 million foreign visitors in 2023. The tourism earnings is quite a large number, 230,000 crores, and which translates to about 2.5 lakhs per person who's a foreign visitor, right? It's a good number, it's a realistic number. A 5-day trip in India with hotel stay, travel, transport, food, even for us domestic travelers is this much, right? You want to do, I mean, this is mid-range travel in India today. You go luxury, it becomes 5 lakhs a person. So, but this number, this 9.5 million has always baffled me, right? Every one of these events that I go to, people come and give us this data. 9.5 million more people visit the Louvre than all of India. More people visit the Met and the MoMA than India. More people visit, like it's crazy. The number of visitors who are visiting museums just in America, 55 million people. People visiting museums in Europe, another 70 million people. People visiting museums in India, some 180,000 people off the foreign list, right? So there is a huge gap. I'm sure we all, it's just natural in this country to tend to go to the negative very soon, but they're also promising numbers, because there's 2.5 lakhs per person that you can try and look at in terms of earnings and revenue in the visual art sector, which means getting people to museums, getting people to art events, getting people to art weekends and art fairs. All these things are happening in the country. There are tons of museums. Museums are not cheap anymore. Like if you go to the CSMVS, I believe it's 300 rupees to enter. So in Bombay, I'm going to get to the next slide. There we go. So I'm also going to focus on Tamil Nadu. For me, my passion is Tamil Nadu, Madras, Chennai, everything to do with this state. I live here, I travel here. So, so this is another important part of this data. The number of domestic travelers, which is again stunning, 650 million Indians travel within India. It's a very large number. Their earnings are like 10,000 rupees. So again, which is why we're probably heavily dependent on foreign incoming tourism, is because the spend is much larger. But in Tamil Nadu, the number is close to 200 million domestic travelers come here. And we try to understand where do they come, what do they come for. 99% of them are here who are domestic travelers, train and bus yatra, pilgrimage travelers, and they're doing travel, spiritual pilgrimages, journeys, and destinations. So when you then convert the revenues through your intersection of tourism, spirituality, and pilgrimage, those numbers again then become very large. So somebody is making this money, somebody is getting this footfall, and we need to figure out how we kind of funnel it into the art and culture sector more and more. So what we look at in numbers, the government looks at, or policymakers look at arrivals, night stayed, and revenue, and that's what gives you that 2.4 lakhs. But what the visitor is looking for is a narrative, atmosphere, ease, and emotion. I'm coming here to experience something. Why does my kid want to go to a mall, fun city, as opposed to Gindi National Park or Vandalur Zoo? Engagement, ease of access, ease of getting there, the facilities there, which is why everybody in India, Indian tourism is way more abroad, right? We go to Dubai and Bangkok and Singapore because you can access these things people want to engage with. There is money, there is interest, we're probably not doing the right things here. We can debate that as we go along. Heritage succeeds when it becomes walkable, legible, and human. Now, this is again something which I feel is something we're forgetting. It's in front of our faces. It actually sits in all these tourism destinations we go to. Whether you go to the Taj Mahal, whether you go to the Tanjore Big Temple, wherever you go, 1,000 years ago, 800 years ago, 500 years ago, they made it accessible. They made it walkable. They made it legible. Today, it's very difficult to even maneuver cities. Like if you wanted to go to Mylapore or Triplicane and see the heritage in Chennai today, it's not walkable. We need autos. Whereas you go to, say, I was in Venice 2 weeks ago, there is no cycle also. It's a completely pedestrian town. It's not like they can't have cycles or bikes in there, but, and there are more and more pedestrian towns. We know how Kadhanavas Khan Road here has been for a couple of years. We can't do even half a kilometer of walkable spaces in our cities. But there are good examples across other states in other parts of the country. But, you don't need a guidebook to decode what you're seeing in visual art, and you also don't need to fight the system to access them. Because most of the time in India and visual heritage and art, there's always a guard, a barrier. It's getting in there and seeing something is very difficult. And a lot of these monuments and buildings and places that are spectacular are most often closed to public and inaccessible even for discussion. So this is a classic example when I say that the ancient people knew if you walked into 10th century Pallava temple, they've written it, it's there. People, this is how we get information. So if you were there at that time, you didn't need to go and say, sir, what is this, what is that, who is this god, who built it, how do they move a piece of rock from here to there, where is the technology? Everything is written there. So they have good signage, good accessibility, good information. They didn't need QR codes because everything was here. We have QR codes that don't do anything, right? So the access and ease of information is something that we look at. How much information do you put at an exhibition? How much information do you show the public? And therefore, how do you make it the ease of access? For example, we have done it. India has one of the best digitized access programs, which is our Digi Yatra, right? I don't know how many of you travel on a flight often, but you just show your face. No phone, no ticket, nothing. You show your face and walk through. That technology exists. So if people walk to these temples, imagine decoding this, putting up a screen, reading information, and that ease of access is what is going to become the gravity that we're talking about to grow the tourism. You can go to any, if you go to Mahabalipuram, it's a UNESCO heritage protected site. The only boards there say, do not spit, do not sit, ancient monument. People come there, they just look at stone, carved stone, they can say elephant, you can say, you know, Durga, Parvati, and they just walk away. There is nothing else to do there. And then so the people making money in Mahabalipuram are the restaurants who cater to weekend crowds. So this is the situation. I think, again, more writing on the wall, again, beautifully written, excellent typography, excellent font. Those guys knew if you wrote it here, it'll survive 1,000 years, right? So that's the other thing. They didn't put it up in a piece of paper or a QR code or based on technology. So this, again, is engagement that we see, but very rarely done at, I mean, this is Red Fort. Red Fort has a phenomenal program, which I actually love. It's one of these examples of how the government can actually work with private organizations, give unused spaces. But this private-public partnership is something that governments need to explore more and more. It's much easier in cities like Delhi and Bombay, where there is more financial ability from the private sector, there is more access to the government people, and those governments are more trained in cultural coordination and cultural tourism. Like you can go to Kerala and get a heritage space to do something. So I think a lot of this participation is necessary, which is why I'm showing Red Fort. This is the barracks that they converted, and there's engagement for children. They have docents, they have volunteers. So people come there, and the Red Fort numbers are millions of domestic travelers, right? You get almost 50 million domestic travelers coming to Red Fort, and even in terms of ticket collection, that's a large number. The revenue and the earnings within the complex itself are quite large. Then, of course, we're stuck with people like this. This is the access that I'm talking about. All of Red Fort, humans cannot walk into anymore, right? Like you only can see it from the outside. So there's always this gentleman on his phone, inside the Diwani cars, on his throne, but we can't get there and see the actual Pietrodura on the walls, which were made by Iranian artists in 550 AD, right? So this kind of access, forget asking for boards, you can't even enter the building because there's this gentleman there, right? I mean, we talk about art as soft power, we have a security guard against art for access. So anyway, so I'm continuing to show you images of the same temple. It's incredible how every little state, city, district, region in India is filled with antiquities, right? If you put together, I mean, Egypt is one city in the world which draws, again, 60 million travelers there. We have 100 Egypts in Tamil Nadu alone, or even in 3 districts of Tamil Nadu. Why Mahabalipuram alone can become this, right? So I keep asking, why is there no intent? Why is there no vision? Why is there no initiative? Of course, we can always blame the government, which I do a lot, but I also go in there and try and see how we can get people to contribute, because, you know, the government is for the people, our taxes are for the government, so art and culture has to be protected by us, and if we don't do that, it's going to be difficult. Again, just some lovely, the kind of things, like, you know, I'm trying to show this to you without labels because I want you to be as baffled as any other tourist who walks in to see it. To you, it means nothing. It's just a picture of a, I mean, it's the most, the actual sculpture that you see here is this big. It's like postcard size. It's in a temple in the south, but the audience visiting then knew exactly what this story is because there was text, we don't. And that, you know, is a big problem. For me, this is, again, a very important area where we work. So how do we bring people to engage with art, culture, and tourism is you need a place for people to stay. Tamil Nadu government hotels department has 70 rooms or something across Tamil Nadu that you can actually occupy. And in terms of capacity, we also talk about how there are certain areas that have high concentration of luxury hotels and making it unaffordable for any kind of travel. And then there are some pockets which do not cater to that at all, but there is interest for people to come. So all we're saying is, you know, there's different types of travelers, visitors, and people who want to engage, but how do we make sure that there is a fit for them? So, lovely place where I stay. Somebody here would know where this is, but I'm plugging Pradeep's little hotel. It's the most beautiful place to stay in this place called Alvar Tirunagari. I'm there 3-4 times a year. It's my escape. And this is an old Agraharam house. And this is the neighborhood. So, you know, visual art and culture doesn't exist just in terms of paintings, drawings, and museums. It's this scene itself. It's like you go back into time. You know, if you're having a bout of nostalgia, just go here, look, and it's just, it just goes back like 100 years and it looks exactly the same, right? These are day-to-day homes there. There is so much visual art and culture. You know, there are people, there are collectors, there are museums who will die to get something like this in their museum on display for people to come. So if it goes, imagine, we all talk about the British Museum and having stolen our legacy, which is a whole other topic, but people pay good money to go see things like this. We have them in abundance and we're doing nothing because there's no place to stay, there's no access, there is no information. So then of course, you know, there's a garbage guy at the town who made this his home, you know, so this is one of my plans, but apparently it's not legal to take over. And this is the police station next door. Can you imagine, this is a police station which has an entire entry gateway to the temple inside it, and it's just stuck there. There is at least 20 different museums in the world would die to have just one pillar on exhibit, right? So that's how important it is, but this is our apathy to our own culture. It's a point to reflect on. And then this part, now it's all the same little village. I haven't moved more than 20, 30 feet away from all these pictures. And this is when, and I think very uniquely India and more specifically Tamil Nadu has the ability to take you from myth to reality, from belief to mystery, right? And all of us, actually the first time I actually came across this was when Pradeep, and it's not a fanboy moment, but when Pradeep spoke about this temple, and we went here, and we all know the story of the Alvars, who were the 12 Vaishnavite saints who composed collectively the Divya Prabandham, which is the Tamil Vedas, or the guideline for Vaishnavite culture in this state. So the first Alvar was Nammalvar, and he was born 1,000 years ago. He says all these things, but we constantly think of them as being somewhere else, some other time. How do you touch something back in history? Until you come to the very temple where Nammalvar was said to be born, and you see this tamarind tree, and it is so big that your core instincts, your basic human instinct says, this is a 1,000-year-old temple. And the tamarind tree did exist. And it is so big, and it's like, this is just 2 branches of it. Where I'm standing is another 5. It's supposed to be in the shape of Shesha, which is a snake, and it's the only tamarind tree anywhere which does not bear, it bears fruit, but it's sterile. You can't get saplings out of it. It's just the sheer amount of mystery, and then you see it and you touch it, and now you're like, so 1,000 years of what we think is faith and belief and ritual and religion actually has evidence. And this is just one tiny temple, large tiny temple in Tamil Nadu that nobody knows. Something like this, you tell the story, you can draw thousands of people to come and see it, right? So the narratives, the storytelling, using data to talk to people and get people to look at visual art in all aspects as something you preserve, as heritage, as commerce, as business, as trade, and it's a cyclical process that we kind of talk to people about, and this is how I feel we actually can get people moving and doing things. So as I always say, Tamil Nadu doesn't need more monuments, we have a ton of them. It needs better ways of seeing, measuring and sharing what it already has, and this has always been the roadblock for tourism in this country, is the access, the ways of seeing, the information, and how we get to it. So thank you so much, and I suppose we can answer a few questions or whatever Kaveri wants to do.
So, Ashwin, you told the story of art and what we're losing so beautifully. Why can't India tell its story better?
I mean, I can be blunt.
Please do.
I can be, so I think, first of all, this whole idea of India telling its story itself is a question of whose story, what priority, what region, what language, what politics. It's very complicated. And I think what India has solved very well is enabling each state to say its own thing. Because that's how you get to, I mean, the people in the country are moving because of state-wise tourism promotions. And I think this whole event today reflects that. So I think what we are lacking, however, is the financial and numbers knowledge to the government for them to see that there is actually that much revenue, right? Anybody is going to give bandwidth to an idea only if there is financial sustainability, and I think there's a lack of awareness of the actual numbers, right? Maybe the government should get a McKinsey to come in here, do a complete study. I'm sure they say that it's done, but the numbers will be so good that it should provide initiative. You look at Kochi Biennale. That entire city makes 1 year's worth of revenue from its infrastructure, but Kochi Biennale itself came about only because you had the whole Kerala God's Own Country campaign. So they had hotel capacity, they had engagement capacity, the people there were trained how to engage with incoming tourists, you know. So I think if every government did that, I mean, the sky's the limit to do that.
But, you know, you take Rajasthan, for instance. What happened there is totally private. I mean, the Maharajas or the erstwhile Maharajas were losing their palaces or, you know, losing their privy purses and transformed what was going to be, you know, just a bunch of buildings into hotels and into resorts. But you don't see that model elsewhere. For instance, we heard earlier from Madhya Pradesh. That has so many royal families as well. It didn't happen there, although their built heritage is as beautiful. So you have these, you know, differences.
It's true, but I can give you my perspective on that. And it comes again from all the work we're doing and the visibility we have. So yes, Rajasthan as a state had the highest concentration of princely states, kings, right? Because you had Jaipur, Udaipur, Mewa, every one of them there. We didn't have that concentration here in the south. You had like Madurai, Tanjore, Pudukkottai, and so like 10 princely states in this entire state, but Rajasthan has like some 25, 30 of them. And they were all in a certain financial model, which is they got taxes from the British administration, and that's how they survived. But they're also the most capable, wealthy, access to information of that time. So they were able to early on convert to hotels. That's the biggest thing that they did because they realized they needed a passive income. So once that happened and post-independence, now if you cut to what is happening in Bombay, it's all the Marwadi, Rajasthani families who are also the billionaires of India. And they are now continuing to give back to their state, and they are having these private conversations with the government and are able to do it. So Rajasthan is a very specific case, that's what I believe, because it comes from the cultural background of the person who's willing to put in the money privately. Otherwise you're again left with hotels, like ITC itself are putting up palaces across, Leela palace across, and every time they put something up there, it creates gravity, and these are the initiatives that are happening. But rest of the state, this is the problem. We don't have as many wealthy princely states to convert into tourism. They didn't do that. They all went into agriculture, land, estates, tea plantations, and so on. And I think that's what it was. And central India, the kingdoms were huge. Like if you look at, you know, it was Madhya Pradesh, but it was called the central provinces, and those were like half the size of India almost, right? So, yeah.
The other point I think that was very striking in your presentation, the fact that a domestic traveler spends an average of just 10,000. I mean, when you compare it to, you know, a foreigner, it's obviously much, much less. What can be done to ramp that up?
Experience, right? Like, so first of all, there are two completely different demographics, right? The domestic traveler is the lower income groups. They're not even the middle class, right? They're the lower income groups, and they're traveling for two things. They're traveling for bhakti. Bhakti is the first reason why they're traveling, and they're traveling because of a certain requirement, which is spiritual healing. But they're also the people in the evenings who go to the beach and the parks and the zoos. They're the ones who walk into the museums, because you go to any government museum in India, the buses are from these yatras.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You go to, for instance, the Prime Minister, Mrs. Gandhi's residence, which is now a museum. You'll have busloads of people, mostly from the south, I see. And there, you know, nobody from Delhi ever visits.
It's
But you
true.
have busloads of people from
Yes.
the south.
Yes.
So there's a clear hunger for,
it's either
this
a
kind
hunger-
of experience.
Yes, because they want an engagement. They want to go somewhere and see something. Like same thing with Kochi. People are coming now, the tour groups, the bus groups are sending them to the Kochi Biennale. It's just the conversation between the venue and the tour operators, you know. So,
Why can't that be replicated? That's quite simple.
it should be, but I believe it's more conversations, incentive, right? Again, India is a very poor country, right? I think it's such a I mean, that's our culture, right? We're the fastest growing economy. We're also a very poor country, right? So the per capita spend and so on.
But our income is so low.
Exactly. So, but things are happening. Like, I mean, we're doing local things in Chennai itself. You have gallery weekends. You have, you know, things that are citywide. Like you had the Madras Art Weekend. There is a contemporary gallery weekend coming up in August. So there's lots of things. Like there's the Mumbai Gallery Weekend. There's now in next week there is the Defense Colony Art Walk. Things are happening. But I think people just need to kind of work in partnership, right? And mobilize people.
So are we going to see more of these art and travel communities coming up in
Yes.
various cities? I see that happening. It's right now just a sort of sprinkling, but it's quite a serious thing.
It is. You have the Bengal Biennale coming up. You have the Bihar Biennale.
The Kala Ghoda Festival, which has
Kala
been
Ghoda
going on
Festival.
for the longest time.
Exactly. So then you have Serendipity Arts Festival in Goa. You have Venice Biennale, which is India is having a pavilion there, and so that's going to attract a lot of travel. So art is definitely seen as the engagement for travelers to come to a city, and then it helps with craft, it helps with the clothes and fashion, helps with jewelry and the hotel industry. Food, of course. Every restaurant in Delhi will be full this next week because of India Art Fair, right? So, yeah, so it does a lot of things. Yes.
When is Chennai going to get its Biennale, and will it be you?
So Chennai does have a Biennale, which is the Chennai Photo Biennale, and it happens in December, Jan, Feb.
You're the person behind
I'm
it.
not the person, in fact, but Priyanjali, my business partner, is, and her, they co-founded it. It's been around for 10 years now, and they do get a lot of national visitors, not just local, and the exhibitions happen in the museum, they happen in the beach, they happen in metros, they happen in certain fixed venues. So they do draw things, but we're also working in August on getting a, it's going to be called the Chennai Art Week, where we're going to activate all the art spaces, galleries. There's going to be exhibitions in government buildings, there's going to be exhibitions in private galleries, and we're hoping that it creates that churn. We just need to get people to move around, right? And that movement itself then impacts various forms of tourism and culture.
Just the last question. What has art taught you about the Indian traveler?
So I think the basis of any traveler, not just Indian, is for the art and culture. We don't, I mean, other than business travel, where you're going to work, but you still try to engage with that local space, basic human curiosity, basic human need to know something else creates tourism. And I think it is the foundation for tourism, and then you have hooks like art, religion, you know, and so on and so forth to move around. But it's a potential, as I say, like every other country is doing it. It's time that we actually catch up.
Do you have a favorite painting which sort of talks about the Indian traveler?
There is a wonderful story, not a story, a place. Again, I'll probably rely on Pradeep to say a bit more about it. There is a temple near Tirunelveli which has a gopuram. It's a 6-story gopuram. And when you, am I talking about what you're talking about? Should I skip it?
No.
Okay. So
He has so many stories.
I know, he's like the encyclopedia of art. So it's a temple where, first of all, in no temple you go into the gopuram. This one, they let you go in. And as you climb every floor, first of all, you're amazed that from like the 1600s, there are paintings. It's wall-to-wall ceiling painted. It's phenomenal, right? I can't even, it's as good as going to Giza or the Sphinx or whatever you want to look at anywhere in the world. And
Sphinx is actually so disappointing.
it is disappointing,
So
isn't it? Yeah.
We have boulders just lying around like that, which are bigger.
Exactly, right? So you go into this, and then what you start to see are ships, you start to see horses and camels, and then you start to see Arab traders and fishermen, and then you start to see Dutch and Portuguese sailors, and then you're thinking, wait, this was 500 years ago, 400 years ago, and there was already tourism, travel, and it was leisure. They were selling horses, they were selling camel, they were coming with gold and fashion and silk, and so even there it is about tourism. And it is that tourism that made that king so wealthy, right? It's tourism, trade, interest in our culture, the cultural properties that we can exchange. So, that's my favorite story.
We could go on, but of course we have to listen to others as well. Thank you so much, Ashwin.
Thank you so
much. And many more high net worth family collections to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I request Mr. Chawla to come in? Lakshmi. Lakshmi, may I request you to felicitate Ashwin? A little more applause, come on, you've just had lunch. And I was gobsmacked by his presentation. Maybe you know all this, but I didn't. But thank you so much, Ashwin. That was really wonderful. We have Pradeep Chakravarti now. Sorry, I think I'm interrupting his soup. Who again is really a font of wisdom. I've been watching his YouTube videos on loop since morning, and he has so much to talk about in terms of what our temples tell us, and about our travels, and about our journeys, and about us, about our food, everything. So we'll be in conversation now, Pradeep, if you could come to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any visuals that you'd like to show
I think
us
we're
there?
just going to have some pictures
Okay.
going in the back,
Wonderful.
but it's just more our conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Pradeep, as I said, I was listening to you in the morning, and I was thinking, what came first, our temples or the towns around them?
Okay, that's a good question. Thank you very much for having me over. I think both of them came together at the same time. But the temples became such massive structures, primarily after the Iron Age, when irrigation improved and our food grain production improved. So suddenly every small community had a lot of money. It had a lot of cash. And remember, in those days, more than the cash was really the grains. Everybody was paid in produce. And there was a barter economy. So temples, in a way, became everything you expect from the government in the local community. Hospitals, education, protection from enemies during raids, art and cultural entertainment, everything were temples for the local community. Now, Tamil Nadu, we can actually put this together as a very cohesive story, because Ashwin showed those lovely photographs of inscriptions, yeah? 100% of those inscriptions are events of what happened in that community. Nothing is about religion, God, goddess, nothing. So from that, Tamil Nadu, we can put a very cohesive script together. You can't do that about most temples in other regions. For example, Naina sitting here, and I don't know whether she's been there. Idhar is a district in northwest Gujarat. And there's a place called the Polo Forest, and there's another tiny village called Roda. Really tiny village, it's off the maps, fully maize fields. Fabulous temples over there. Just 6 of them, fabulous temples. The whole area of the temples will be the size of this room. Amazingly crisp sandstone images from the 6th or the 7th century. We don't know anything about them because there are no inscriptions there. So that way, and it's a good thing that they're well protected, nobody goes there, which is good. But in that way, Tamil Nadu temples are better off because we have a long tradition of recording what was the role of the temple in the local community. So my hope is, I'm guessing people who are here today are either thinking of doing tours into Tamil Nadu, or they're thinking of getting their travel agents or their people inside. I think if they can take that little extra effort to find out what were the inscription related stories of that temple they're taking their guides to, they can spin a beautiful story together. And fortunately, Kaveri, every inscription today is translated into English. It's available in the annual reports of epigraphy, available online. In fact, the state government, the state archaeology department, it has a website. All their books have been published online, and they're all freely available for download. So Gangekonda Cholapuram, for example, there is a monograph on this temple that the Archaeological Survey published, which will have information about the sculptures, about the inscriptions, about festivals connected to the temple, sometimes poetry and music connected to the temple. All of this will be then that monograph. Can't read Tamil, use AI to translate. Can read English, then you do it that way. So fortunately today, for a guide or for anybody who's in this business to pick the areas and to weave the story, there's enough information available.
So the next question is, why is it not happening?
So why is it not happening? Because guides are in a way taking it the easy route. Yeah, this is a little extra effort that they need to make. This is their problem. This is also the problem of individuals who are saying, why am I not demanding one step extra? Yeah?
Because not everyone is like you, gives
No,
up a...
no, nobody, very few will be, no, it takes a, see, I can only put together a plan, no, I can't do the same thing for Gujarat, I'll need somebody else to do it for me, right? To go and understand the language, the culture is difficult, so totally understandable. So this is that hidden opportunity a lot of these influencers have taken up on Instagram. Now, sadly, today, the advantages is democratize the space of knowledge, but it's also given every idiot a megaphone, not a microphone, but a megaphone. So it comes, every system has its pluses and minuses. Some of these Instagram guys are really fake, some of them are not, and they're really genuinely doing some good stuff. So travelers, unfortunately, have to figure out this, how do I get this done? But if there are people like me who've taken that extra effort of buying a plot, building a heritage house, and putting these 8 bedrooms together, there's people like Ashwin who I never thought Ashwin was going to talk about this small heritage hotel that I have. Honestly, right? We didn't even prepare about this, but clearly I'm so thrilled today that it's made such an impact on him that of all the billions of things that he could talk about, he actually showed pictures of my place in Arvartanagari. So it clearly works. Yeah. But what it needs for this also, and this is very important, Ashwin would not have been so effusive in his praise if it was me also managing the property. You have the right partner to manage. Because I have a hospitality chain which is good at this, they call Anantya, therefore he's had a homestay. Otherwise it would have been a house stay, and I think that goes back to saying that we need to know what we're good at, we need to know what we're not good at, and partner for that.
So if you were to make a plan for the state government, and I were to ask you to give them 5 temples around which they can transform the economy and transform the cultural space, so that people don't just come to the temple for the evening or the morning, but also stay a day or 2, what would those 5 areas be?
They would be, you can take Kumbakonam, take Chidambaram. Like last couple of weeks back, I was in Kumbakonam. I stayed in a comfortable hotel. It's a business class hotel. I stayed in a comfortable hotel. But the truth is, I felt very envious that he'd got the land and not me. I have that kind of money, but I was not there at the right time. It's bang on the Mahamaham tank, which is the core nerve center of Kumbakonam. There was something there earlier on called the Aranmanai Rama Ayer Chatram, which must have been a massive stone building, completely demolished. The hotel now is like a made in China and exported. He's done his little bit. He's put a little few Tanjo paintings there. He's done a little book about the temples of Kumbakonam. but it's not sitting in with the location itself. I think small touches, if we'd done differently, just use a different color flooring, put a little bit more of thought into the artwork, the walls are bare.
Or
little
been
bit of
like
a-
Steve Berger in the morning, who actually transplanted, dismantled building and recreated it.
Yeah, absolutely. Do some small things like this. It would have, there were a lot of missed opportunities. The food was good, the AC was comfortable, the bathroom was clean. All of that was also important. That's all there. So that little bit of imagination is there. And in fact, I was hoping that once Alvar Tirunagari, that I do this, I'll have at least a few people copying me because imitation is the best form of flattery. It's not happened yet, which is really sad, because I've created the template of what anybody can do now. You fix a place, pick on what the literature is there, get the literature on the wall, have QR codes, and get artists and musicians to sing the songs, dance those verses, put them on the wall, create the itineraries, put a map together, and you're done. It's actually a very simple model.
And it's a 3-day stay, and they get to do what people in the village
People
do.
stay there for 5-6 days, but generally it's a 2-3 day stay.
And people do what they,
Some people come for the temples, some people come to just chill, relax, some people come because they originally hail from that region, they want to come back and get in touch with their roots, all sorts. All sorts. We are only vegetarian. We've never had a complaint so far that we only serve vegetarian. We don't do eggs because it's on the Agraharam street. We've had Muslim guests come and saying, it's actually good because 2 days we had a detox. So it works. Yeah, but everybody wants good coffee though.
Yeah, which I'm sure you provide.
We do good filter coffee, but that's about it, yeah.
But, when I was watching your videos, you were also saying that there is a sort of churning among young people now. They do want to learn about
Yes.
their past, their
Yes.
history, and they do want to learn
Yeah.
from it and maybe do something about
Yeah.
it. Do you see that?
Yes, there are a lot of younger people who are very open to coming and staying. They don't want lectures. They want a faster way to connect with the art and architecture of the temple. Don't have the patience to listen to a 30-minute video. They'd rather get it in 5 minutes in a few Instagram shots. And if they get it, and older people like me also have to remind ourselves that everybody will connect with the space in their own way. And that connection is special for them. So I have to enable it, that's all. Apart from that, it's whatever they create. So I'm hopefully, touch wood, starting my next property in the Chola region. I've got the land, and it's actually, I wanted it in a place like Chidambaram, which is a really important temple town, but the real estate prices there are just way over what anybody can afford. So it's a smaller town.
Here now?
It's going to be another 10-bedroom homestay this time. Hopefully it'll be a better version because I've learned from the mistakes of the past.
What were the mistakes?
Some of the mistakes, you did not have a separate staff entrance, okay? I did not have at least one room where there is an air conditioner and there's like a living room for us to chat, because the rooms are very bright and spacious and there's a lot of free air. I mean, there's a lot of wind circulation, air circulation, but an AC room will be good. And when I negotiated this, I should have really worked hard on negotiating on the adjoining properties. Because commercially, and this is potentially an area that the government can step in, or at least private enterprises can, it's difficult to make a healthy profit in a building which has less than 12 bedrooms. 12 seems to be, 20 is the best, 12 is reasonably good. At 8, which is what Alvar Tirunagari is, you need a mothership close by. And my mothership is in Anantya by the lake, which is about 3.5 hours away. So this one runs because that one there is there to support it. Yeah. Sorry.
So what have the temples of Tamil Nadu taught you really?
There are different ways in which you can do them. Many people come for the really famous ones, which is, this is the Meenakshi Amman temple, this is like, this is Madurai. This also is Meenakshi Amman, or this is Tiruvannamalai, I'm not sure, one of those two. So these are all, this is Mahabalipuram, of course. So you got a good range here. Many people go there for the art and architecture. Gangaikonda Cholpuram again, art and architecture. Many of them are primarily for the religious reason, Rameshwaram, if I'm not mistaken, one of the largest corridors. This one, I'm not sure where this one is. So you have many temples, people go in for the religious reason, for the pilgrimage. Many of them go for the art and architecture. What I'm trying to do is to get people to go see places just for the sacredness of the space, where you can kind of unwind, sit quietly. And I think we are on this whole thing of, okay, today what are the 20 things that I'm going to do? Say chill, just go to one place, enjoy there. And then
it's not about religion.
It's
about,
not at all.
Connecting
it's
with
about the connecting with the space and therefore with oneself, which is the fundamental difference between a Hindu temple, between a church and a mosque, right? Because in a Hindu temple, it is not a place of prayer. It's a place where, because we are not able to see how the environment, the universe is connected with us and how we are connected with the universe, all the gods decided to create the space in the world as a grid where all the gods are. So everything inside the temple is sacred. It is God. The whole temple is God. And the whole connection is to see that in the temple. And when I used to do heritage tours, I still do them, but not as much as I used to do before. I always ensured in a temple, we did 3 things for sure. One was we closed our eyes, meditated, listened to a piece of music that had some connection to the temple. Some kind of food was consumed in the temple. And there was always time for people to see it at their own space, at their own pace. Yeah, these 3 things are always important. And if there are guides in the group today, I'd strongly encourage them to do that. Because if you do get into this, okay, one next, then there's a sense of restlessness, and tourists, travelers don't get that sense of being rooted to the space. Yeah.
Is there a favorite prayer or a mantra that you chant when you enter a sacred space?
I think for me, the just slower breathing, more mindful breathing does the trick more often than anything else. Yes, sometimes in some temple I might be really overcome, and even if I don't know the song, I'll play it on YouTube. But no, it's usually just breath. And one is a little careful about this also, because I might want to connect with that music. Somebody else might want to be very quiet about the whole thing. So whatever works for them as well. Yeah.
But also temples for us were a communal space, right?
Very
Communal,
much, very much.
As in communal, but
Yeah,
not
very
communal.
much. Yeah, very much so. Because which is why they became so large, right? There were a place for the community to get together and gather and spend time, gossip, and do all those things. And all our
gossip.
Oh yes, a lot of gossip. Yeah. All our music and dance happened in the temple. So yeah, I mean, it would be. I think some temples are doing it, maybe a little better than the others. But it's about time we had more and more performances in these spaces, because that energy in the temple is just fabulous. So not the Gopuram that Ashwin was mentioning, not too far off from my village, Thirukurungudi is one unique temple where every year there is a dance drama that happens. This year it's going to be, I think, November 17th or 18th, where a lower caste man, because he keeps his word, is able to get moksha for an upper caste man who was cursed because he did not follow his rules. And in that list, you have a long list of what are the other sins. And many of those sins are against patriarchy. It was really surprising in a 10th century, 12th century text, where one of the sins mentioned is being unfaithful to one's wife, or getting work done out of servants but not paying them, and things like this. Yeah, really very unusual. Yeah. So yeah, there was. So I think it goes back to the point that there were right-thinking, progressive-minded people across every generation. Yeah.
We chose to learn the bad
And we've
things.
not. Some of those texts have not. At least we've not heard them. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you
you
so much, Pradeep.
Thank you so much.
Could we have a round of applause for him? There's such a wealth of knowledge that he bears. And thank you for doing what you do. It's very few people who do that, and you do it out of choice and out of passion. So thank you. May I ask Mr. Chawla or Lakshmi Menon to come and felicitate Pradeep? I'm sorry for interrupting your soup.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next session is with Akanksha Garg, who's the chair, Adventure Tour Operators Association of India, the Women's Collective. And we're going to talk to her about the adventurous Indian or the lack of adventurous Indian, and is that changing? And the woman traveler. I think she deserves some conversation today. Great. So Akanksha, let me begin with the woman traveler, because when you talk about the adventurous Indian, the woman traveler, unfortunately, is not the first picture that comes to mind.
Because, you know, in the last decade or two is when you've actually seen women coming out in the field at all. When you look at all the fields, not only adventure, but even coming to work, even in business, even in media. So what has happened is, when you generally think adventure, it's mostly about, you know, hard terrains, things that are rough, something that a man can handle. That's what we're generally brought up with, right? Women were never allowed to wear pant and shirt and climb mountains or go for treks. So when we were, or your generation was growing up, it was a woman's job to manage the house. It was never understood that she will be going outside into the great outdoors and exploring. It was a man who was allowed to do that. But what we've seen is that the complete mindset has changed in the last decade. We see a lot more women groups, solo travelers that are traveling not only in India, but they're also exploring unknown regions around the world. And not only for cultural tourism, it's mostly for adventure. Today the numbers in India, when you talk about people going for treks inside the forest, which is soft adventure, you have more women groups. Women are better traveling abroad in single solo groups as well. When we're looking at, for example, even going to something like the Northern Lights, it's adventure. It's not just going for tourism only. So women are going and doing that. If you're talking about more climbers, we've just had one of the youngest climbers of the Mount Everest, who's actually from Telangana, and there's a movie made on her. That girl was only 12 when she climbed the Mount Everest. So we have women who are taking these roles, and it's only because parents are allowing it. And the environment has gotten a lot more safer. So we are seeing that trend growing. And also another thing is in schools, we are talking about it more. And I personally feel, I don't know what it was in your generation, Kaveri, but as a child, I was allowed to go for a trek with Duke of Edinburgh award scheme when I was in grade 8. But today what I'm noticing, my son was in grade 5 and he was allowed to travel to Ranthambore with his classmates. So that is a mindset change in terms of parents also. They feel safety is there. They're proper coordinators, conductors who are going to be taking care of these children and you know, training them for the great outdoors. So, and what I've also noticed is at the same time is that children today and women today are more aware. And I would like to thank the internet for that and our bloggers. Some of them are really good, but some of them, I don't know what they talk about. It's really confusing because they try and portray locations with AI that, oh my God, it's so beautiful. But in reality, it may not be because you're not really optimizing images anymore.
You raised the issue of safety. Let's also talk about infrastructure. The infrastructure for adventure has to be of a different order because there are issues of safety, there are issues of the carrying capacity of the area that you're in, and mostly these are mountainous areas or, you know, rougher areas. What do you do in that case? Because not everything is so accessible.
I think that's a very important question that you've raised. I don't know if you're aware, there are around 30,000 adventure tour operators in India. 30,000.
Licensed or registered?
No. Only 20% are either recognized by the state or the central government today. And I think one of the biggest challenge when it comes to safety and infrastructure, because both of them kind of go hand in hand, is a pricing parity. When we talk about paragliding up in Bir Billing or in Manali, there's a mindset, you know, somebody's written about it, ChatGPT will come and tell you it's supposed to cost you 3,000 rupees because that's what the mass operators are charging you. But it does not tell you if that person has the right equipment Today, unfortunately, India does not have a current standard for equipment, for safety of the equipments that are being used in adventure travel. So what we are doing is we are working with BIS and we are helping them develop these standards. And currently what we recommend, what we are doing with the ministry is that we are recommending all the adventure tour operators to start using the international standards, because there is a safeguard, there are things that are working in a safe manner abroad, and I think those are the best practices that we need to take away and adopt right away. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So, for example, like I'll go back to the beer billing experience. You are paying, say, 3,000 rupees for paragliding, right? Now, another guy will come and tell you that, Madam, मैं आपको ये 2500 में दूंगा. Another guy will come and say, नहीं, madam, मैं 1500 में दूंगा. We just spoke about a very important discussion that most of the travelers in India are middle income or low income group. They don't have the affordability, but they still want to go and take care of this experience. They want to do it with their family. So what will they go and do? They will pay 1,500 rupees. Now what is the challenge behind this 1,500 rupees? This guy who's charging you 1,500 rupees, he is not trained. He does not have the right equipment. He's either bought somebody's old equipment, which is not in working condition, or he's just picked up something from a decathlon or something, which is okay for a low-level flight, but not for something which is of a high level like beer billing, where you have wind conditions, you have weather challenges, you have to also have equipment according to body weight. And people don't buy that because they want to make it cheap. How do you recover the investment, right? A basic equipment costs you somewhere approximately 1 lakh, and he's going to buy something for 5,000-6,000 rupees. So that's where the pricing parity is coming into play. Second part comes about how is he running the show? He's probably worked with some other company which was doing paragliding. He saw ki sahab bahut paisa kama raha hai. Now today I will go and I will start my own business, which is the usual trend. We also see that in wildlife tourism. You know, in Jim Corbett, you have so many weddings. Oh my God, that resort is full. But when is it full? When it's having weddings? When it's having conferences? Is it full for wildlife? No, it's not. Because the park has a fixed capacity of 100 vehicles per day. 100 into 6 seaters, 600 people. 600 people divided by 2 people per room, approximately 300 rooms. And you have a room inventory of more than 2,500 in that park. So who's actually going to the forest? Who's actually doing the cultural experience? Nobody is. So coming back to that whole equation, adventure has to be done with safety protocols in mind. We have to advise the government or request the government and state governments that we all need to work together. We need to make a pricing parity. Say that in case you are running any kind of adventure operation, be it rappelling that you have in Rishikesh, you have rafting in Rishikesh as well, they have to use a certain equipment and they have to have training. And what ATY is doing now for this training is, we started this just post-pandemic because we realized there were a lot of accidents happening. You'll also hear about it in the news. When people are climbing the Mount Everest, there are more accidents on the Nepal side than the Tibet side. And it's predominantly because everybody who was a carrier has now become a guide. He's charging you 30 lakh rupees and he's taking you to climb Mount Everest without taking the right number of oxygen, without ensuring that are you fit to travel. Can you, if you're not feeling okay, you should come back. You should not continue with your climb. So these protocols are only in place in case you're trained. So what does that training do? We are currently training, we do a 3-night, 4-day or a 4-night, 5-day kind of a training where we subsidize our guide training, which costs approximately 35,000 rupees to 1,600 rupees. And this is done by the membership fees that we get from our members and also from some funds received by the Ministry of Tourism. So we make it 1,600 rupees. We train you day one on gender responsive guidelines. What are gender responsive guidelines? Today, it's not only a male and female. We are talking about LGBTQAI++. We have to be able to cater to all the travelers, irrespective of what their gender choices are. So that's one training that we give. Secondly, we teach you something known as wilderness responder. So wilderness responder is basically, you are out in the great outdoors, you're in the middle of nowhere, you've had a fracture. How do you fix it? You can't call an air ambulance there. You can't have a vehicle coming in there. If you call somebody, it'll take them a couple of hours to reach. What do you do on the go? So we give you basic CPR to mending fractures, how to carry people, because a lot of times we have noticed deaths happen because the first responder did not do the right thing. So that training is also done very detailed. And there's a test after all of this on day 3. Only when you pass, you get a certificate, which is along with MOT and ATUI. We currently have approximately 29 adventure verticals in India, and we'll be adding 2 more. Something which is known as cave explorations, which have started in the Meghalayas, where you go inside these deep caves and you're exploring what the whole environment is like. You see these rare bats and bat droppings, you see these glowing algae, which is very interesting. And what we are also trying to do is we are working with ATA, which is an international body. I did see some pictures of our last convention, which we had in Madhya Pradesh, shown in the Madhya Pradesh tourism video. It was fantastic because we did get a lot of guests come to India after that, understand that India has these, activities available. It's not just about climbing the Himalayas. It's also about going for treks, the Chadar trek, which is very popular in Leh and Ladakh. For example, when you go to Kashmir, it's got powder snow, one of the only places in the world to have powder snow. You can do skiing, you can do snowboarding, and you can also have advanced level skiing right on top of Gulmarg. I was there last month and it was a fantastic experience. And the people are really well trained. I went and spoke to the wilderness responders, where are you getting their training? They said, we got the ATUI training done, but we also get training done from the French company who's provided the equipment on a yearly basis. But who's talking about it? Are we talking about it? We are not talking about it.
And Gulmarg is a place where the Westerners come as well. It's not just the Indian traveler.
Yeah. So a lot of Westerners come to India for a couple of adventures. One, of course, is scuba diving in the Andamans. You can get your PADI level trainings done there as well. You come for hiking up in the Himalayas, be it Kashmir, Uttarakhand, or North Bengal. You come for that. You come for skiing in Kashmir and for snowboarding. You also go for skiing in the Spiti Valley. You also go for the Chadar trek in Ladakh. You go for rafting in Rishikesh.
What is the Chadar trek?
The Chadar trek is basically done on the Zanskar River. When it freezes in the winter, you actually walk on that whole river bed when it's completely frozen, with proper equipment. But this year, unfortunately, it was delayed because of the late snow that we got. And it does affect the local economy, and after that, what you can also do is wildlife safaris. Are you aware that we have horse riding safaris in India? We have horse riding safaris in Rajasthan. So there's a lady known as Baisa's Adventure, Malika. She started this a couple of years back. And she's taking people driving through the dunes and the sand dunes of Rajasthan. And it's completely her initiative, for example. Mantra tours, for example, in Ladakh, they take you to show you how local articraft, how the bricks are made. Even culture is a part of adventure tourism, because you can be climbing one day, but you can also be interacting with the local villagers who are completely dependent on adventure for their livelihood. And I think sustainability also plays a very, very vital role here, because India today has 73% of the Himalayas. We have the desert, we have the red desert in West Bengal, we have the largest mangrove forest in the world with tiger habitat, which is the Sundarbans. We have the Terai and the Duas region, which is extending all the way from Uttarakhand to North Bengal to Kaziranga, and it also extends into Nepal, where you get the one-horned rhinoceros. Do you know that while we are doing these adventure techs, if you go to Buxa, the first post office is in Buxa, inside the national park? So there is a whole route there, and that's why there's an act known as the Sarai Act, which is only applicable in the state of West Bengal. And when you come all the way into Madhya Pradesh, it's fascinating. They have one of the most amazing collaboration between the public, private, and the forest department. One of the best I've seen. When you talk about Pench National Park, where we work in,
Earlier in the
Yes, you saw that. But what you did not see there is that they just showed you the parks. They did not show you the local experiences you have alongside. For example, going and interacting with the Bega tribe who makes their beautiful jewelry out of beads and seeds taken from the park. You know, you go on these walks inside the park in the buffer zone to explore, and you forage and you cook the local cuisine with the local people. This is also a part of
the mahua.
Mahua is, of course, a must do. You should also see it being made after the rains. You'll find all the local people hiding the small pot on the riverbed and brewing mahua. But the first flush is the best flush to have. And another thing what you can do is you can actually...
That's a real adventure.
That's a real adventure. And if you want to go and meet people who are headhunters, you know, we talk about the Naga headhunters. They're also there in Madhya Pradesh. So, you know, exploring, getting to know, talking about those regions is what is really important. But at the same time, what I also feel, Kaveri, is we need to look at the destination carrying capacity. I feel one of the biggest challenges that we face today is mass tourism. I don't know how many of you saw this video on Instagram which spoke about Manali. It had snow, but it had people stuck on the road for 12 to 14 hours. And people were like, wow, kya tum jannat mein ho? You are in heaven. It's one of the most beautiful places to be in. But what they did not realize, you may be stuck in that condition. You are in snow. Your car will skid. You do not have enough food with you. You do not have any toilet facilities on the road. You do not have, your battery might just die in case your engine is not on. Of course, you do not have any place to fill up fuel. So what were people doing? People were walking up, right? We did see a lot of videos about clad slipping. So my request to everybody is, when you think about adventure, please don't rush to those locations when it's peak season. Go there throughout the year so that you can help in sustainable development. I'm not asking you to go there during the monsoons, but summers are also a great time. And I think one of the best things about India is that our cultural tourism peak season and our adventure tourism peak season, it does not overlap. So India is a destination for all days and all years. Totally.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Akanksha. That was very informative.
Thank
May I request Lakshmi Menon to come and felicitate
Thank you so
Akanksha.
much, Kaveri.
Thank you so much. I learned so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Especially the horse safari sounds wonderful.
I will take you. I will give you
Great. So we're at the last session now. Thank you so much. You've all been very patient, and I'm sorry again for my bad throat, but it is what it is. You'll have to suffer me for one more session now. May I request Karthik Murali, is he in the hall, to come on stage? He's a travel blogger and a data scientist. We're going to explore both aspects of your life. He's on Instagram, he's HK Murali, I don't know why. You'll have to explain that. Yeah. There's Naina Shah, who's the president of the Optimist. She'll have to explain that and pronounce that association. And deals with a whole lot of international travelers and tourists. There's Lilium Hannes, is she? Yeah. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but she's this wonderful writer, curator, everything rolled into one, and she's going to bring an international perspective on her life in Chennai. And we have Kavya Ajit, whom I've been listening to on a loop in the last week when I discovered her on Instagram. She's a brilliant singer. She'll bring us the performative aspect of culture. And she'll also sing us a song so that we can bid farewell to each other on a nice note. Maybe just a line or two. Your throat can't be as bad as mine. So, okay. So they've put me in the middle. Karthik, if you don't mind, if you could go there. Yeah. Thank you. I find that a bit awkward. Great. So I hope we have a good conversation. Thank you. Karthik, I'm going to start with you. Oh, he has to, of course, have a picture. His life depends on it. Yes. So, Karthik, I'm going to begin with you. What is the data telling us about the Indian tourist?
Okay, so since you asked me about my...
Yeah, first about why you're HK Murali on Insta and not
so
Karthik.
my name is Karthik Murali, so K Murali, and H is my initial, so I thought HK Murali, and it's short, so I don't need, people can remember.
There are too many Karthiks around.
Correct. So people
My
can
son
remember.
tells me that his name is also Karthik.
Okay, nice. Thank you. So just about me, I'm a data science manager at Latent View Analytics, and also a travel blogger for the last 13-14 years so far.
I'm most envious of his feed. In the last week alone, he's been on a Sri Lankan cruise. He's been to Thanjavur.
So thank you to India Tourism Chennai, which also started on this whole journey, and Incredible India. So I partnered with Madhya Pradesh Tourism, Gujarat Tourism, Tamil Nadu Tourism, and Odisha Tourism. So pretty much all the sponsors here. Thank you for that again. And also I work with destinations and airlines to promote these countries. So and each of them is in a way with a mission or a purpose. So Sri Lanka, as I said, like you mentioned, right? So they were ravaged by floods and all those things. So every time they call me and say, Karthik, actually the situation is different. Your media, a lot of other media, not Indian Express, are like sitting out of Bombay and Delhi, and they're just saying, you know, Sri Lanka is like this, etc. Not one of them came here and saw the ground situation and reported, etc. So we want you to come down, show the real situation, that the roads are fine, the cars are moving, the trains are going, and show that, you know, the resorts are open. So ask your Indian travelers to come for tourism. So that's the mission. Yeah.
So what is the data telling us?
Okay, so I've also, one of my my client partners is into the credit card analytical space. So my job is to analyze and see what is inbound tourism, outbound tourism, and domestic tourism. There are three sets of data. Inbound is foreigners coming into India. Outbound is Indian people going out of the country. And domestic tourism, Indian people traveling within India. In fact, a lot of tour operators have completely stopped domestic tourism. They said, you know what, it just doesn't make sense.
Why?
One trip to Vietnam, one trip to Singapore is enough for me to make money for 5 domestic trips. So they're like, you know, why should I put my resources here? So this is the problem. So it is not just fueled by, you know, the interests. It's also fueled by, like, if you are a non-informed traveler, or someone is a family and, like, you know, I want to travel somewhere, and then you go to a travel agent and say, where shall I go? And he will go and say, you know what, Vietnam has beautiful theme parks, so Singapore has this, Sri Lanka has Ramayana tour, I mean, we have Ayodhya. No, go to Sri Lanka. Right, so it is also the glamour of going to the international destination has propelled people from post-COVID especially, right? So there was a shift, what the data said. We created a report called Travel Bounce Back Report. Even Booking.com and MasterCard, if you go to their websites, you will find this report also. They are talking about what is the evolvement of people moving from one country to another, moving as in for a vacation purpose. And this travel bounce back says initially there was a revenge travel. I want to get out of my house. I don't care where. I just want to get out. I'm so frustrated. Then it moved to micro travel, which is 2 to 3 days, weekend trip, etc. Finally, it moved to experiential travel. So I'll just stop here. Maybe I have to give, probably come to the experiential travel. I have a lot of things to say there, but I thought I can give the chance to other speakers. I'm sorry, I'll just get...
No, that's okay. Kavya, I want to bring you in here because...
Check.
Musical concerts have become such a big part of it. And you have something called Eham Kavyam.
Yes.
Yeah, which you do with your co-creator.
Yeah. Yes.
So talk a little about this whole live music. It's become such a big thing. People want to be part of a community. People want to listen to great music, but in a large group. What's happening there?
We know that music is one of the most powerful tools with which we can blend different cultures, traditions, languages, and unite people irrespective of the differences. Now, when we talk about live concerts, I think that is, in this case, we are literally bringing not hundreds or thousands, but lakhs of people literally under the same roof or to one particular geographical location. I mean, we have always talked about music as, something that brings peace and harmony and the healer of the body, mind and soul and all of that. But who knew that music could actually, make us get out of our beds, pack our bags and make us travel across not just cities or towns, but across countries and continents. So that's what is happening with the live music concert tourism. So if I'm not wrong, I think the last year and even this current year, we're seeing a steady rise in the number of live music concerts that are happening, especially in India. And
what's your experience been? How is it different from singing by yourself in the studio? Must be nerve-wracking, of course.
Saying in the studio or saying live or watching somebody else perform live?
Singing live.
Singing it gives you a total adrenaline rush. It's, it's incomparable to anything else. So I think singing live and being a part of the live concert are experiences that are kind of similar in a way, because you are with, talking about live music concerts, you are in a gathering of thousands of like-minded music lovers, all of you sharing the same musical interest, and people who are going to a live music concert, people don't want, they don't want to just listen to music anymore. They want to experience it with all of their senses, literally. When they attend a concert, they, starting from breathing the same air as that of their favorite artist, to sharing the space with their like-minded music lovers and singing their favorite songs along with the favorite artist. I think that is one of the most wholesome experiences you can ever have as a genuine music lover. And I also happen to read that Gen Zs are definitely leading the pack. They are in the forefront of the, traveling for live music concert kind of an idea. They have their eyes and ears everywhere, constantly on the lookout for, live music concert announcements and intimations from the online ticket booking partners to know what's happening when and where. And let me also tell you this, it is not an easy thing to do, attending a concert, starting from the stage where you book the tickets. Imagine, that itself is a hurdle that you have to cross, because for a concert like, for example, Coldplay or Linkin Park, grabbing your tickets itself is a hurdle. Now imagine that you've gotten the tickets, getting to the venue, finding a spot there and watching the performance and going back home healthy.
In one piece.
Yeah, in one piece. Itself is a task, but despite all of those difficulties and inconveniences, I think people are still craving such experiences. So the Lollapalooza.
But is it just for bragging rights, or is there something more?
No. So yeah, that's what I'm about to tell you now. So the Lollapalooza just happened last week, and 2 days before that, Linkin Park had performed in Bangalore, and it was the same Linkin Park that was the main attraction for the Lollapalooza also. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to the fest this year, but then my friends who attended the concert told me that there were 70,000 attendees. 70,000 people gathered in one place for one reason, that is Linkin Park. And so, that is what you call the actual power of music. So many people voluntarily turning up merely out of their love, passion and admiration for the music or the artist. And so my fellow musicians who were of my age group, they were telling me that we naturally assume that, the Gen Zs are just coming there. But probably Linkin Park was, they have been there for a very, very long time. So it's hard for us to imagine that they actually know their songs by heart. But then every single soul person that was there, they were singing the songs word by word, line by line. So, and it can't be the case where they have come prepared, learning the song. They have had to know it by heart, naturally. So they are clearly not bragging. It's purely out of their love for music and the experience.
That's interesting. Lilium, what can we learn from the many countries that you have been in?
At this point, I have lived in 8 different countries.
8 different countries?
Yes, and then I have, my son is from one country, I am from another, and both my kids are from different countries each.
So which is Cuba,
Cuba, Algeria, Argentina, and we are all French. So that's what we share. And then we have lived in the Czech Republic, in Portugal, in Spain, in Argentina, and so on and so on.
And now Chennai is your home.
And now in Chennai, which is interesting, is that
how long have you been here?
I've been here for 4 years.
Okay.
So I come from a very small country, which is Cuba, and then no one realized that we have an importance, and then that is outsized when it comes to the country we are. We're a very small country, even for the standards of Latin America. In Latin America, Brazil and Mexico will be half the population of the whole continent. After that, it's all countries until mine, which is very small. So I like the experience of being in Chennai because it is like Cuba in a way. Yeah. So, and then which is interesting when you...
How is it like Cuba?
Which is interesting, when you told me about this tourism summit, and then I was thinking about Cuba. You know, I don't have the experience they have about traveling in this young style of traveling because I'm older, so it's a different way. It's a different way of traveling. I don't travel anymore like the solo traveler that goes and discover. So I was to remember, what can I say that links my country with India? Yeah. A very long time ago, Cuba was already a destination for foreign travelers. Yeah. Already American tourists were coming to Cuba, and then the Cuban government decided, well, we have to develop the whole country, something that we're trying to do now in India. And then how can we do? We're a very musical country. So they bring about one of the most famous Cuban singers, and then they came with this song that says, Conozca Cuba primero y el extranjero después, which means you have to know Cuba first, and then you should travel abroad. So 60 years on, this catchphrase is part of the Cuban culture. So this was the way, Cuban is not a long history country like Mexico that has a history well before the Spaniards arrived. We are a very young culture. So it gives us a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, a sense of importance. Everything that was in our country was worthy of looking at and was worthy of visiting before even venturing abroad. So when I see India is a country with a tradition that is millennial, so it's not even comparable, but the spirit is the same. It makes us proud of being Cuban, and then traveling inside the country become like a patriotic act. Let's just develop our country first, and then let's just try to go abroad. Perhaps what we have here is just very good. So when I am in Chennai, now in India, I said, oh my God, we in Cuba, we have tried this already. And then I like being here because it's the warmth of the people. I think India is projecting wrongly abroad. I think there is something that should be done to project the right image of India.
How do you think it's projected? It's usually projected as a country which is not very safe, not very clean.
Yes, even me, I've been living here for 4 years, so I am constantly asked, do you feel safe there? Can I go and visit you? Like, I'm like, no, you should come. But, I think there should be like, for different markets, it should be a different approach to showing India, because Indian medium age now is 28, but in Europe we are now above 40. In Japan it's 50, so we are all older people now. So the approach is different when you are traveling at this age than when you're traveling at a younger age. So I think it should be catered for us when it comes to international travel, but I think that the idea of making Indian travelers inside is the right path. Because this is a beautiful country, this is the way to develop the country. I think tourism brings more work, more people engaged in working than manufacturing, and then it will bring works to people that have low skilled or unskilled, and then this is really the vast majority of the population. So I think this is the path. Developing India. So I am as a national tourism hub, and I'm very much for it. I really like Chennai, and then I'm trying to do my part with my foreign friends, making them come here.
And wearing a sari.
Co-optex, please. I am very proud.
All co-optex.
All co-optex, I'm very proud
Can
of
we
my
have a
saris.
round of applause for a co-optex sari? And so beautifully worn.
I know, because I happen to write about Indian GIs. So I know very well all the geographical identities of Tamil Nadu. So by trying, I already know what I like. So I will only wear from co-optex and then from 3 different cities, places here in Tamil Nadu. I will Arni silks. No, because for every day, Kanchipuram is just too much. And then I work with them the full day. So I like Arni, I like Coimbatore soft silks because they are soft. And then I like Tiruvanam. So those are...
So Lakshmi, do you agree? Yes. Lakshmi is our resident sari expert and wearer.
I am not an expert, but I do like. So by going so often, I have learned.
Wonderful. Then I have to bring you in now and talk about the shop. I'll never pronounce it, so you please pronounce it for me. And talk about travel as a community, especially for women.
So let me introduce my organization, which I head for India. I'm the national president for Seroptimist International, which is a 105-year-old organization today. One of the oldest women organization in the world, which has a status at the UN also. So it gave me an opportunity to travel many countries on meetings, and we're in a presence in 130 countries. So I would meet them and enjoy the hospitality, and every time it was out, because Seroptimists have never come to India. They still think we are a land of snake charmers and all kinds of things, and I have enjoyed so much hospitality there. So when I became the national president, I said, this one thing I have to do is bring Seroptimists here. And what better way than to do this heritage cultural tours for them. And when I brought this group down for the first time, they were from different countries, from all different federations, they came down. And they were just amazed. The big questions, I wanted to give them what was the Indian experience. It was an all experiential thing for them to experience everything. So it was the first tour which I gave them was the Chola Heritage Tour. And I made them travel by Vande Bharat. So everybody wondered, and when I write in my itinerary, you have breakfast on train. So one of them from England, she was petrified. She's sitting there and she said, my daughter is asking me, how are they going to serve breakfast on the roof of the train? I said, you're not sitting on the roof of the train. But they were amazed by the hospitality on Vande Bharat, I must say, beautiful train. And then when I took them onto the Madhya Pradesh tour, they hadn't heard what was Orcha, they hadn't heard Jhansi. And being in women's organizations, it just opened up their eyes to just listen to all these stories. The Rani Lakshmi Bai, her stories when you go to the fort and the guide is explaining that what kind of women army she had and what she did, is saying, my God, you Indians were far, far ahead of anything. And this really resonated, and they had so much respect for the country. And I made sure that they did all kinds of experiences everywhere, including staying. So I've partnered with the Princess of Vijayanagaram, Vidya Singh, who is with me. And she, because being from the royal family, they marry only into royal families, so she has cousins in different palaces and kingdoms all over. So we made sure we stayed in palaces, we stayed in these homes and gave them that kind of experience. And to even make them understand that there were stables converted into a hotel, but they use the clay from there to make the bricks. They use a local material to make the furniture into the thing. So there was so much sustainability in the whole thing. It's not that bringing anyone from outside, but giving the local people the work and growing that community economically. It was so important. So these are very impressive things for people to take back, that how much of this culture and how much sustainability is there into this. You go to Mandu, you see the best, beautiful water system over there, the water harvesting system. You're just amazed. How could you even think of it? Or in the inscriptions, you can see They're wearing dungarees. Now this temple is 2,000-year-old, and then you see a man with dungaree on that ship. So they've engraved. So India is not just conversations just like that, but it's a living history. We are not in museums. We are not in glass boxes. We are there and we are living it. And it is all around us. And when they see that, you are actually experiencing an 8,000-year-old culture which we continue. And it has never gone into the museums as such. We don't have that many museums
Exactly.
either.
Yeah, Karthik,
Yeah. So just a small joke. So I was in Angkor Wat last October. Beautiful thing, and I think Ashwin showed a picture of a tree on top of a house. They have the same thing called Pre-Roop Temple, and they have now called it Tomb Raider Temple because it featured in the Tomb Raider. It came out, it was beautifully maintained, inscriptions, boards, signages, explanations about everything. It came out, maintained by India. Like they maintain India. Okay. So what...
Why can't we do it here?
Exactly. And what all four of you spoke, including Mandu, right? I thought I will mention Mandu and you also mentioned, is a concept called hyper-local tourism. So the whole concept of, okay, I'm going to just go to Delhi, I'm going to Bombay. No, I'm not going to Delhi to just see all the 5 monuments. I'm not going to go to Madhya Pradesh to see, etc. I'm going to see specific activities. It could be food or it could be, etc. This was popularized by apps called Klook, Get Your Guide, etc. They said, you know what, stop your customized package tours, etc. I will offer you a special tour. It could be a bus tour, it could be a bus tour in Bangkok, but the best difference, Michelin food. It could be a Thai cooking class. Why was such a hyper-local activity? So when I went to Maharashtra, invited me for a eco-glamping festival in Nashik. And they cooked amazing Maharashtrian lunch in the middle of our farms. So that, she said, you know, I offer this as a service. But sitting out of Chennai, I do not know that. So I got a mail, also a very interesting thing, I got a mail from someone at jajpur.com. So I kept reading it, I think it's Jaipur. I'm like, hey, I think they misspelled it. I mailed saying that, hey, you misspelled it. We know what is the spelling. I'm like, okay, what do you want? Can you come, the exact word, hat tourism. I said, what is this? Heritage, arts, culture, tourism. So I said, where is this? He said, Orissa. I said, okay, I'm not been to Orissa, so let me come. So it was about 100 kilometers from Bhubaneswar. And I realized this Jajpur is a beautiful town which has the Shakti Peetam. It is the home for the Tassar silk production. That's where they make it. It is a home for bamboo basket weaving across self-help women groups. So they had temples, they had arts, they had culture, and in the evening there was a Shreya Ghoshal concert in the middle of nowhere. So I realized that we are not aware of this. Mandu, right? When I went to again Madhya Pradesh, when they invited to Mandu, I kept reading. I'm sorry, sitting out of Chennai, I do not know that. Despite me a big traveler, I was not able to hear these names. So when I went to Mandu, I saw this Baz Bahadur Palace, Jami Masjid, and a few other places, and they were amazing. They were all like, 10th or 12th century monuments. And in fact, Shah Jahan had come to Madhya Pradesh, saw the Baz Bahadur Palace and the other things, and designed the Taj Mahal with inspirations from that. And they also have beautiful forts that Rani Lakshmi Bai and all those people have, fought wars there. So the hyper-local tourism is something that is not yet picked up in India. But even in Madurai, 2 important spots. Everyone goes only to the Meenakshi Amman temple. How many people have gone to Keeladi? How many people have gone to Velachery? So India Tourism Chennai, Incredible India, they took us to the small doll-making town, Golu Bombay dolls, right? And they actually make Jesus dolls and ship it to Germany. So they know that, they make this. So this small whole town makes these beautiful Golu dolls. Same way in Tanjavur. They make Tanjavur and Swami Malai, beautiful cities. Again, people only go for, the Brihadishwara, etc. They make Panchalokam idols. Panchalokam is brass, copper, zinc, gold and silver. They make an idol with 5 different elements. And they make a Krishna, they make a Pulyar, they make Lakshmi, etc. And I mean, of course, it's on all different price ranges. And they showed me how they did it. And they said, sir, all our visitors are foreigners. Why is that?
Lilium.
I'm like,
Yes. They're all like you. You want to learn about things.
Yes, I am. I travel since we married. We decided to visit World Heritage Sites. So we have traveled all over the world to visit World Heritage Sites, which is now my son and my daughter are gone. They're in college, and then now I realize how different we are because they want to travel differently. So I do believe that we have to cater to different tastes. I already know, the Panchaloja. I know some because of the bronze making, and then I have been to Tanjavur because Tanjavur has a beautiful collection of Tanjavur paintings. And they have the Nataraja bronzes in the museum there. So since I am into art, yes, I am interested in contemporary art. That's how I get to meet at the beginning everyone in Chennai. I was very pleased that last week we brought here an exhibition of contemporary art from Latin America and Northern Africa, and really the interest in the city is there. I believe that we have a city that have grown so fast that we have not been keeping pace with the growing. I think it has so much potential for art to develop, to make the city known outside. It's such a huge city. So for me, at this point, I believe that there's so many things that should be known, and then we should start by bringing people from outside Chennai in India. I think that India has something. They have the skills, they have the quality, and then they have the size. This is like the US. The US people travel inside the country. They are not keen travelers abroad. They have a huge country to discover, and that's what they do. I think India should start there. It's a beautiful country, but developing first what we have here, I think it should be really, it's really a beautiful idea.
Exactly.
Nana, there was something you wanted to say.
Tourism, probably. Like, we have not done that, right?
So another thing is about the food, giving them the experience of different food. So I remember taking my group to Gwalior, and we were at the Nimrana, and we were speaking to Uma Devi, who is from the royal family, and she says, I would wanted to host a lunch for you. But I said, she said, we'll do a chula lunch. So she actually got them, the potters, to come make a chula into their hotel in one corner, and they cooked in front of these people to experience, to see the cow dung cakes being used to this thing, and then putting the brinjal into it and burning it, and then served on that pattal, the stitched leaf plate. For them, it was the best meal. All we gave them is baingan bharta and rotis from this and amrut ki chutney on that silpatta. Grinding on the stone. They only know about the grinder mixers, but seeing it actually on the stone, it was a huge experience for them. And even now, when we go to Maheshwar, Richard Holkar, he sits there, I know, every morning, and all his staff comes in, and they grow their own vegetables in the fort. And he decides what is going to be, and the actual old recipes from their home, from their books, and I've seen all of them, how they're well kept and everything, and Richard interacting, and how the food is also curated for them. It gives them a total different experience. Going to Ellora, Ajuntala, everybody hears about. How many of us know about the Himrus? The Himru shawls over there. I mean, I was just lucky accidentally I found about it, but it is so much nicer while we see these monuments. We also see the art, the craft, the tradition that is happening there. And these are all very old traditions, more than 100 years. And imagine in the world in America, if you go, this is 200 years old. And I wouldn't even look at it because it is manufactured, it is created. Ours is not created, it is all there. We haven't had to artificially make it, to make people come. It's all existing in carvings and the sculpture and the paintings and the spaces, the courtyard, the music. Everything is a living history this country has, which I would say that's one of the best in the world. Nowhere you will find such a culture, tradition, heritage, which is still living.
Since you talked about music, I have to bring Kavya in.
I'd like to add a little something there. Since you said food completes the experience, I'm sure you're aware of the Margari season that happens every year in Chennai, at the end of every year. and musicians, especially Carnatic musicians from all over the world come to Chennai to perform at the sabhas, and also music lovers from all over the world come and stay in Chennai during the entire season to watch the concerts. And coming to the food point, I'm sure that if you have attended the Sabha concerts, you would also know that the food served there is one of the major, in some cases even a bigger attraction compared to the music, because I've been told that sometimes the queue at the canteen counter is longer than the crowd inside the concert hall, because they hire the best of caterers to serve the guests the best of our Tamil Nadu traditional food. So when they come for a musical concert in general, not just Margari concerts, but any concert for that matter, the food, the local people, the local transportation, the local products available, everything together gives them the experience. It's like a complete cultural experience, not just a musical experience.
Are you going to sing for us so that we can end on a nice note?
Are you sure you want me to do that with this?
A little bit.
I don't know if I can.
I was thinking of Krishna Ni Begani, or maybe your new one.
Yeah, I really don't know if I can, but I'll try.
Please.
Kadari mana muruganan alakyavo idaramadaridan nee kalikyavu. Kadari mana muruganan alakyavo idaramadaridan nee kalikyavu. Idu dagumo, idu murayo, idu garuvantano. Idu dagumo, idu murayo, idu garuvantano. Kuvaludidum puludu aadidum, kuvagal polave manadu vedana nigavodu paade.
Wow. This is Alepai?
Yes.
Okay, just talk a little about that song. It's your latest, right?
Yes, yes.
So talk a little about how well it's doing as well.
How
well it's doing.
Oh yeah, it's doing really well. So Alaipaite, so before that I'll have to talk a little bit about the Hum Kavim experience, the one that you mentioned in the beginning. So
He, by the way, is a violinist as well, which
yes,
he
I'm
is
a
too
Western.
modest to mention.
Thank you for mentioning that. So Hum Kavim experience is South Indian traditional music inspired live music concert, which I launched exactly during in 2024 November, so it's slightly more than a year old, and I'm collaborating with a pianist music producer named Precious Peter from Kerala. So the whole idea behind this concept is that Carnatic music is always considered very too serious, very intimidating to a lot of people, especially to people who do not have the knowledge of Carnatic music. So I wanted to make Carnatic music likable and accessible and appealing to all the common people, whether or not they have the knowledge. So I mean, I always, even for me, as a kid, I always felt that it was like a closed door rather than an open invitation, because it would have so many rules associated with it. It should be sung this way, that way, and the presentation, everything, especially for youngsters, it was not really a cool, fun thing to watch or listen to. So I wanted to change that perception. So that's when I decided that I should bring up, I should come up with something like this to make Carnatic music the new cool thing. So in the Hum Kavim experience, we do recreate traditional Carnatic music compositions, as well as we have our own compositions. So we have a little bit of rap, a little bit of pop, we have drum and bass, everything. It's a mixed bag, if I may say, but I make sure that there is a South Indian traditional touch to every song that we present. So that can be
the brocade blouse you're wearing.
Oh yeah, thank you for noticing that. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So sometimes Carnatic music, yes, it's traditional in nature, but for the other songs, if it's an English song, I make sure that there is a little bit of swaras in between, or probably if there is no scope for it, I'll make sure that there is a South Indian traditional instrument used in the track, like as subtle as a mukha shankar or a veena bit here and there, so that every song sounds rooted to the South Indian tradition. So that's what Hum Kavim experience is about. And coming back to Alai Payute, so this is the first track on which I collaborated with my partner Precious, and following Alai Paite, we recreated two other Carnatic songs. One is Panimati Mukhi Bale and then Manavyala Kinchara. So, and to our own surprise, Alai Paite did so well, and it's not even a commercial take on the song. It's not a pure traditional take. It's a lo-fi version of Alai Paide, arranged in a very different experimental manner. But then when I saw that people are really liking it, that's in fact one of the factors that nudged me to initiate the Hum Kavim experience concept.
And you have 224,000 followers. So you must be doing something right.
Yeah, I think so. I like to believe so.
Do you think we can persuade you to sing again?
Do you really want me to do that?
Can we play Kavya's video on the big screen? Do you have any video from her? Maybe the Alai Paite. It should be easy to... I think there's a request from the audience.
Oh, that's lovely. Whoever it is, thank you so much.
Meanwhile, you can think of the next song you want to sing.
Krishna Ni Begane.
Krishna, it's so beautiful. You do it so well. Shall we wait for them to play that? Yeah. And then you can sing that. And talk a little about Krishna Ni Begane. I think not everybody will know about it.
Yes. Krishna Ni Begane is, so that happened during the lockdown. So I started off as a playback singer, predominantly Malayalam, and then I went on to becoming a full-time live performer and a performing Western violinist. And just when things started looking brighter, the pandemic hit.
Right.
And like everybody else, I also had to go back to my cocoon. And although I began my musical journey as a Carnatic musician, learning Carnatic music from my grandmother, somewhere along the way...
Oh, she's also part of
yes,
her
yes,
videos.
A few of my videos.
She's 92 years old.
Yes, she's 94 now.
94.
So, yeah. So, so although I started, my basics are Carnatic music, I somewhere along the way lost touch, and I lost interest in Carnatic music because I never thought that it was a cool thing to do as a teenager, as a youngster. So I moved on to, attempting and exploring other styles of music, and it is during the pandemic that I literally came back to my roots, and I thought, okay, now would be a good time to revisit my basics and see what I can do with it. So that's when I started my YouTube channel and started, recreating and putting out Carnatic music recreations, and Krishna Ni Begane is one of the first songs that I recreated and released.
Do we have the video, Magesh? Okay. I hope I've not given you my cough.
Oh, no, I already had it. I came bringing it.
Magesh, can we, may I ask her to sing first while you locate that? Okay. I know, it's a difficult one to sing also.
Krishna Ni Begane Baru, Krishna Ni Begane Baru, Krishna Ni Begane Baru, 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 Krishna Ni Begane Baru, 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 Krishna Ni Begane Baru.
Wonderful. Louder, come on.
Thank you.
Magesh, do we have it?
It's available on YouTube if it's...
Yeah, it's got it. Which one have you got?
The one with the coolers or on the beach?
I love the one with the... And you have much longer hair there.
Yes, I recently cut it short for a
Good
change.
idea.
Thank you. Thank you.
What do you think of our music, Lillian? What do you think of our music?
I I'm very keen, and I love Baroque music. So for me, this music is what I call, since in all of my travels, there are things that I call acquired taste.
Right.
So some things that you were not
Exposed to earlier.
but then you get there and you see the link of what you already loved, and then the more you understand, the more you get to enjoy the things. So now, from the day I arrived here in Chennai to now, I really get a lot of pleasure to listening to the music. So I listen to the music. I like the vina, the instrument. So for me, it's something that is very different, but at the same time, this is a taste that I have already acquired, and I am very, very happy because I really enjoy it.
I think, Naina, music is again something that must be binding your community together.
Absolutely, it does, and especially the land of Gujarat where I come from, and Rajasthan, because I belong to both. And over there also there's a lot of this, especially in the Navratri, the festival time, there's a typical beat.
Sorry, I think he's just located.
Yeah, I think he's located, yeah.
நிலை பெயராது சிலை போலவே நின்று நிலை பெயராது சிலை போலவே நின்று நேரமாவதறியாமலே மிக வினோதமான முரளிதரம் நேரமாவதறியாமலே மிக வினோதமான முரளிதரம் என் மனமலை பாயுது மனமதில் அலைபாயுதே ஆனந்த மோகன வேணுகானமதில் அலைபாயுதே கண்ணா என் மனம் அலைபாயுதே ஆனந்த மோகன வேணுகானமதில் அலைபாயுதே
Nobody wants it to end, but we have to, unfortunately. Naina, what will you say? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much.
So beautiful.
Thank you.
It's so well done. Naina, you were saying something?
Yes, and especially when these my guests arrive, we every evening try and do some cultural thing or the music. They just love it. So we try to bring in the food, every aspect of the experience that they can take back in their memory.
Wonderful. Yes, you want to add something? Please.
So on what she said about how to change the perception of India, I had a very important point. The destinations across the world, including India, have not changed. But the perception of the destination has changed. For example, Sri Lanka, which was supposed to be a mountain or a beach destination, is now a party destination. Mirisa, Hirikatia is huge parties. So many people from India are going there. Bangkok, which was supposed to be like a more of a shopping destination or a vibe, it is now a beauty treatment destination. They have the best Korean and etc. And people travel just to experience the 7-Elevens. Same way in India, the perception of India has to change, and what those cities stand for will no longer be the same in the current generation, in the Instagram generation. So because of certain viral reels or certain hyper-local tourism, if the perception of these activities-led cities change for all these tourism boards, that's the only way where an audience from UK or Australia, Germany or US will come to India and say, you know what, I want to experience this.
Wonderful. So Chennai will be the Kavya Ajit city.
Hopefully one day, you never know.
Yeah.
So because they said, you know, like this one last
Yeah,
one, like, they say that Delhi is like Facebook, Mumbai is like the LinkedIn, Bangalore is the LinkedIn, etc. And I said Chennai is the Spotify.
Complete this.
Chennai is for Spotify.
Oh,
right?
okay.
It's like that. So
Right. And what is Bombay?
Bombay, I think it was Bumble, I think.
Great. Thank you so much, all of you. May I request Lakshmi Menon to come and felicitate all of you. And thank you especially to Kavya for singing despite a bad throat. And to all of you for bringing so many different perspectives to the conversation today. Thank you. This is the end of the Tourism Summit, guys. I hope you had a good time. We promise to come back next year bigger and better. Thank you. And may I request Lakshmi Menon to come and give a vote of thanks after the photo op. Lakshmi, come. Thank you all.
As we come to the end of the Tourism Summit 2026, on behalf of the New Indian Express Group, I express our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, and industry experts who've enriched today's discussions with their insights, experiences, and forward-looking ideas. Your contribution have added depth and direction to the conversation around domestic tourism, cultural preservation, infrastructure, and innovation. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to our partners: Platinum Partner, Telangana Tourism; Silver Partners, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh Tourism; State Partner, Government of Haryana; Beach Partner, Goa Tourism; Support Partner, Uttarakhand Government and Delhi Tourism; and Associate Partner, Odisha Tourism, for their unwavering support in making the summit possible. We're equally grateful to all our delegates and attendees who joined us today. Your participation and engagement reaffirm the shared commitment to strengthening India's tourism narrative, one that is rooted in authenticity, sustainability, and pride in our own land. Finally, on behalf of the New Indian Express Group, thank you all for being part of this journey of rediscovery, of truly coming home to India. Look forward to seeing you next year with a bigger and better Tourism Summit 2027. Thank you.
That courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will